any given time, people belong to intersection groups of civil society actors, that they can feel that even though maybe the president wasn't yet directly elected, that didn't happen until 96, but throughout the 70s and 80s, more and more room gets opened by the civil society actors. So to counter the pessimistic polarization or manufactured polarization, the easiest way is just to get organized and just trust each other, even on a small scale. Thank you. All right, thank you so much for the great questions. Live long and prosper. Thank you.
Thank you, Audrey. Thank you, Audrey. Amazing talk. Okay. With this, we actually are concluding the programming for this main stage. At this point, the stage will be closing down. It will actually be dividing into 3 stages, which will reopen in the afternoon for more programming. Starting in 24 minutes are more talks in other stages around here on the same level. So you have talks around, introduction to multilateral trade credit, set off an MPC, on-chain capital allocation workshop, what's going on into the Pectra upgrade by Christine, and bridging TradFi and DeFi through Ethereum and EVM, a pathway to innovation. So check out those talks in those other stages. We'll need everyone to clear out of this stage so we can reset. And thank you all for joining us here this morning.
Hello and welcome to Stage 3. This is the opening session of Stage 3, so you're very welcome on the opening day of Devcon. I don't know about you, but for me it has been quite overwhelming this morning. It's amazing to see everything that's been put together. And I've noticed, I think, already that there are two camps of people at Devcon. The people who were here at some pop-up city before, who are like adjusted to time zones and things like this, and the people who arrived over the weekend and yesterday and still suffering from jet lag. So I don't know, you can tell by the room who's who. But yes, I will be here all day with you for the afternoon, so welcome to Stage 3. A little bit of housekeeping first. If you want some bathrooms, go out to the right, you know those. Your phones, keep them on silent, just to respect the speakers. We would love people to take pictures. Everyone's welcome to take pictures, but please try to keep the flash off so you don't distract any speakers along the way. Something super important, we will have some QR codes up on the screen while the speakers are talking, and it would be great if you scan them so that you get access to this session, and you can type in your questions in there. So if you have questions that you want to ask the speakers, I will come and ask the questions on your behalf at the end of the talk. So yeah, scan these QR codes, or in the Devcon app, you can just click into this session, scroll down to the end, and you can already start typing in your questions. So that's a little bit of housekeeping over. So for the first session, we have Kevin Owocki. So I think it's probably one of the most prominent names in all of the blockchain world, never mind just Ethereum. And he will talk to us about on-chain financing and governance, not governance, on-chain financing. So I think it's also kind of, the industry is becoming well enough established now that a lot of us in the room have already kind of felt maybe some of the pains of financing and paying with crypto and organizing things like this. So yeah, I think there's no one better to actually give us a bit of an overview of what has happened in the past and what is coming up in the future. So if you will join me in welcoming Kevin Owocki to the stage, please.
Hello, everyone. How are you? It's Devcon. Hello, everyone. How are you? Thank you. All right. I'm opening up this stage, so I think we got to bring a little bit of energy. My talk today is entitled On-Chain Capital Allocation. That sounds like a mouthful, but what I'm going to talk about is how do we distribute resources or funding in order to meet our shared needs, from making a profit to making an impact, and how do we do that on-chain. We're going to talk a little bit about who I am and why I'm qualified to talk about this space. Then we'll talk about the design space, and then I want to talk a little bit about a capital allocation protocol that Gitcoin's working on called Allo Protocol. So let's get into it. Over the last 22 quarterly rounds, Gitcoin, of which I am a co-founder, has supported the funding of public goods, enabling communities to fund their shared needs. We've funded $65 million worth of funding through 5 million unique donations, mostly through quadratic funding. Is anyone in the audience a Gitcoin donor? All right, half the hands going up. Amazing. In 2020, my hero, Vitalik Buterin, called Gitcoin grants a significant pillar of the Ethereum ecosystem because so many projects were relying on it for some or all of their support. And now we are taking Gitcoin from working for the Ethereum ecosystem to now working for any EVM-based community. So basically, we think that grants equals growth for your community, and we're taking what worked for the Ethereum ecosystem and making it available to any layer 2 DeFi project, NFT community in the EVM ecosystem, and enabling them to have the same type of growth and resilience that Gitcoin has brought to the Ethereum ecosystem. So we've allocated $65 million worth of capital as of 2024 over the last 7 years, and I think that that's what makes me qualified to talk about the design space of on-chain capital allocation. I've recently written a book about on-chain capital allocation, which I'm releasing at Devcon. This is an approachable guide to funding what matters in your ecosystem, and I think it's my opportunity and my pleasure to cartography this design space and make it comprehensible to people in the Ethereum ecosystem who are building the next batch of funding infrastructure so that we can find better ways to fund what matters. And that's what this talk is about. So on-chain capital allocation is about on-chain ways to how we spend money. So anytime you're paying a bill, you're buying a coffee, you're flying to Bangkok, you're allocating capital. But at scale, as you start to deploy more and more capital, capital allocation becomes a full-time job, and it becomes a multiplayer game for you and the people around you to try to figure out how to reach your goals together. So at scale, things like regional government funding or venture capital are capital allocation, and they're not only full-time jobs for the people that are doing them, but they're existential for the communities that they serve. Whether or not you fund a project in your ecosystem, whether your ecosystem is a physical ecosystem like a city, or your DeFi ecosystem can be existential to the communities that are served there. And so this is a really important design space because we want to make sure that we're making the right decisions about funding our shared needs. And I think blockchains have a lot to bring to the capital allocation design space. Legacy capital allocation suffers from gatekeeping, and it's not precise and it's not scalable. So you think about Robert Moses, the power broker, or anyone that's deploying capital in a city or in a digital community, they sort of become a power broker for these ecosystems because people are coming to them looking for money. It changes the relationship and it averts the power from the people to the people who actually have the capital. And the people in these ivory towers and in these city halls don't know how to deploy capital in a way that helps people because they're in their ivory tower. They're not in the streets engaging in the everyday experience of being a citizen in these communities. We also see that RFPs and grants and investments in these ecosystems can be mirrored in bureaucracy. If anyone's ever gone through a grant application process in an NGO, you know how painful the process can be. Pages and pages of paperwork that doesn't actually match what is actually going on in the ecosystem creates a lot of administrative overhead. And at worst, some of these NGOs and grant-giving organizations become the mission themselves instead of the mission being the mission. And I think that this is a really suboptimal way to build an ecosystem. But luckily, now we've got blockchains and we can program our values into our money at scale. And so I think that on-chain capital allocation is going to be accessible, meaning that anyone who has a cell phone or an internet connection can access on-chain capital allocation. It's going to be transparent because of the inherent transparent nature of blockchains. Okay, so the really cool thing about blockchains is that I have the same access to the state of the blockchain that someone like Jerome Powell has access to. They can be democratic, which means that we can fund what matters to everyday members of these communities on the basis of what the median citizen wants. And we can do it precisely at scale because we're building capital allocation into these blockchain-based ecosystems, and we can do it at scale. So there's no longer the bottleneck of a central grant administrator that we have to deal with. They can be incorruptible at the base layer. Because of the way blockchains verify truth every block at the base layer of these systems, that we can be sure that this shared truth that we're looking at is the same for every one of the participants. And they can be evolutionary. One of the coolest things I think about Gitcoin grants in our history over the last 6 or 7 years is that every Gitcoin grant round builds on the last one. We go through this iterative development loop where we have a grant round and then we learn from it, and then we design a next grant round that hopefully accommodates all of the learnings that we had from the previous grant round. Why does capital allocation matter? I think that we're building a stack for a new financial system in this space. A staker and other stakers that are running the Ethereum nodes are building the Ethereum network, which is a set of shared state upon which we can deploy a smart contract. In that smart contract, we can program our values into our money. We can build economies that are more coordinated than they ever have been before. On top of that, in 2017, there was a wave of tokenization, and we have tokenized assets to the tunes of tens and hundreds of billions of dollars of capital. And I think that you've now got central bankers and traditional financiers on CNBC talking about how we're going to tokenize the entire economy. That seems really, really cool to me. And what I want you to see after this talk is what we're building on top of this shared infrastructure. The top half of the stack is about how do we build a political economy that supports human coordination, the solving of coordination failures, and ultimately collective action in a 21st century network-driven way. Okay, so capital allocation, the layer of the stack in which we're funding what matters to each other, is how we're going to solve coordination failures and do collective action in the 21st century. Coordination failures are just a term for any time there's a group of humans who want to create an outcome X and they're not able to create that outcome X because of their inability to coordinate their shared resources. That's a coordination failure. And it goes from everything in your local, from things in your local community to global examples. So things in your local community might be, how do we fund our infrastructure, our transportation networks? How do we fund our parks? To global 21st century problems like rising authoritarianism or climate change. Those are all coordination failures. So we can solve these things with better capital allocation. And I'm going to give a couple examples of how we do that over the next couple slides. So Gitcoin itself is known mostly for quadratic funding. That is one capital allocation mechanism that we have deployed. And it's a mechanism invented by Vitalik Buterin, Glenn Weil, and Zoe Hitzig. And the way that this mechanism works is that we reward contributors based off of the number of contributions to their projects, not the amount that they have funded to each project. So you set out a matching pool, you allow grants to apply to be a part of a matching campaign, and then the contributions to those grants will be matched by the centralized matching pool on the basis of the breadth of contributions to those grants as opposed to the depth. Okay, so we're programming our values into our money, and we're optimizing for the preferences of the poor and the many over the rich and the few, because we are now matching each grant on the basis of the number of contributors to their project, not how much was given to them. So a really simple math, like without any math example of this is that if you have a grant that has $100 from 100 contributors, and I have a grant that has $100 from one contributor, and we're both in a quadratic funding campaign together, you'll get 99% of the matching pool, okay? So the culture that this enables in the communities that are served by quadratic funding is a more democratic culture, where the preferences of the body politic are represented in the capital allocation decisions as opposed to what a central power broker would want. Another mechanism that's been gaining a lot of traction over the last couple of years is retroactive funding. Popularized by Vitalik Buterin and the Optimism ecosystem, retroactive funding is based on the idea that it's easier to reward public goods and other projects that are good for your community on the basis of hindsight. Hindsight is 20/20. It's easier to see if something was good with the benefit of hindsight than it would be to speculate on whether it's going to be good in the future. And so what I think is really neat about this is that it creates more assertive and decisive funding decisions about what we should be building into these ecosystems. And yes, there's a trade-off there in that you don't get money when you're first starting out, but someone could build proactive funding mechanisms on the basis of future retroactive rewards. And I think that that's a really cool thing about the modular software architecture of the Ethereum ecosystem. You can build an add-on to this system that proactively funds things, maybe with like, say, a prediction market that is expecting future retroactive rewards. So the culture that I think that this really creates in these ecosystems is a culture of karma, where if I think that I'm going to be able to do good for an ecosystem, and I know that there's going to be retroactive rewards for that later, I can make the investment now on the assumption of a future retroactive award. Another mechanism that's really taking off in the Ethereum ecosystem, and I just want to celebrate, is the Protocol Guild, which is a registry of execution layer and consensus layer clients that support the very infrastructure that we rely on in order to run Ethereum on our home staking devices, and we rely on in order to clear transactions in the Ethereum network. It's a registry of about 180 execution layer and consensus layer developers who are able to contribute to the foundation of the network, and they curate the registry themselves. So basically, they make additions and subtractions from the registry in order to keep a aggregation of who's doing this important work at the base layer of the Ethereum network. And this makes it very easy for DAOs and EVM-based projects to fund the infrastructure upon which they rely. Protocol Guild in 2023 was able to raise $100 million to support protocol developers in the Ethereum ecosystem. And I think that this is kind of like a 21st century native example of what collective bargaining looks like. It's an aggregation of supply and demand for talent and funding of talent in the 21st century. So these are a couple examples, I don't have time to go through all of them, of different on-chain capital allocation mechanisms that are growing in the infinite garden that is Ethereum. And one of the things I think that's really cool about this is the fundamental plurality of these mechanisms, in that they're all compatible with each other. Your ecosystem can run Protocol Guild, retroactive funding, and quadratic funding. And we can program our values into our money, create a culture that is supported by these institutions. And I think that these things are fundamentally compatible with each other in that they do complementary things in these ecosystems. Quadratic funding is really good at creating a democratic culture. Retroactive funding is really good at creating a culture of karma. And Protocol Guild is really good at supporting the infrastructure upon which we all rely. And so I think that this philosophy that we've got at the base layer of the Ethereum network of client diversity, where we've got many different clients that are supporting the Ethereum network, could be supported and extended at the higher levels of the Ethereum ecosystem. And we can have a philosophy of practical pluralism where these things all work together in order to create a culture that we're really excited about and that supports public goods in such a way that's anti-fragile. It's fundamentally plural. If one of these things goes away or one implementation of it goes away, then we still are able to fund our public goods and to fund our shared needs. So that's the design space of on-chain capital allocation, and hopefully you've seen some of these mechanisms out in the wild, either on Gitcoin or on Optimism or in the Ethereum ecosystem. And I want to talk about the future of the design space for the next 5 minutes of my talk, and how Gitcoin is moving to a multi-mechanism future and enabling more and more people to do capital allocation in their ecosystems with Allo Protocol, which is our new mechanism toolbox for software developers who are able to deploy mechanisms into these ecosystems. So basically, Gitcoin is known for quadratic funding, and we're moving to a multi-mechanism future in which we're going to support a diversity of capital allocation mechanisms in our Gitcoin grants program for our clients and customers and to developers at large. So we believe in a plurality of different funding mechanisms for the ecosystem. And we're releasing at Devcon this year Allo Protocol 2.1, which is a suite of different modules that you can use to fund what matters in your ecosystem. And each module is individually containing well-documented, fork-ready, audited code with crystal clear documentation that allows you to assemble a capital allocation mechanism for your ecosystem that meets your own needs. So the core components of Allo Protocol is the registry, which is a registry of different projects in your ecosystem that could be funded either for impact or for profit. Okay, so Gitcoin's not just for impact anymore. We're actually working with a couple investment DAOs on how do they get upside in their ecosystem. Allo Strategy, which is kind of like the brains of Allo Protocol. It's an opinionated way of funding what matters in your ecosystem. And then Allo Kit, which is a tool that allows you to launch a web app on top of these. Think of it as like a Gitcoin grants clone in less than a couple minutes. Okay, so that's Allo Protocol, and we really see the future of this design space being a plurality of different capital allocation mechanisms, and we want to build for the plurality and spin the design space faster than we've ever done before by making it easier and faster for people to invent the next Gitcoin in this next market cycle. So you can think of Allo Protocol as a circuit that takes in tokens and data and spits out an opinionated distribution of those tokens to different recipients in that ecosystem. what Taiwan Semiconductor did for semiconductor and chip manufacturing, we want to do for on-chain capital allocation. So instead of etching into silicon a circuit for moving information, we're etching into the hardness of Ethereum, a circuit that allows you to allocate capital within your ecosystem in a fundamentally 21st century native way. We want to build Allo into the protocol for doing capital allocation. So the core components here are tokens made possible by ERC20, and then the data layer made possible by the Allo registry, but we also support other registries out there. The strategy layer, which is the brains of the operation, decides how to route the tokens from an allocation perspective, but also from a distribution perspective. We make it easy to distribute across a Merkle distribution strategy, a superfluid, drips, Sabler, cross L2 modules are all things that we have planned on the roadmap. And so this modular nature really makes it easy to sweep the design space of capital allocation by subbing out modules according to your own needs. So ERC20 makes it really easy to substitute out different tokens. The Allo registry is abstracted in such a way that you can you can substitute in different registries. The strategy layer makes it really easy to substitute different funding structures for your ecosystem, whether that's quadratic funding, retroactive funding, conviction voting, or any other funding strategy that you can dream of in your ecosystem. And so it's this modular architecture that I think is really going to allow us to explore the plurality of the capital allocation design space on-chain and to build what we need as an infrastructure to fund what matters in the 21st century, whether your project is an on-chain project or if you're a city-state that's just trying to fund better roads, hospitals, and other things in your ecosystem. So I'm really excited about the different permutations of ways that we could combine these modules, spin the design space faster of funding what matters to everyday people, in addition to the people who are building the infrastructure themselves. And I envision a future in which we're going to build a capital allocation system that serves the needs of humanity as we move into the 21st century. And that's what we're moving towards at Gitcoin and at Allo Protocol. If you're interested in learning more, you can check out our developer docs at docs.allo.gitcoin.co. And anyone who is building on top of Allo can get funding from our Gitcoin grants program. So there's a fun mimetic loop where we're using Gitcoin to build Gitcoin, to build Gitcoin, to build Gitcoin, and hopefully that results in better funding infrastructure for the world and for Ethereum. That is my talk. Thank you for having me, Devcon.
Thank you very much for a super nice talk. Yeah, it's quite inspiring, and I think it's like one of those things that blockchains and Ethereum sort of promised, that we would have such nice applications and we would have transparency and ways to vote and move assets around. So it's really great that you're building systems and applications like this and allowing others to build the same as well. Congrats on the new protocol.
Thank you.
We have some questions from the audience. I'm really happy that people actually submitted questions. Thank you very much. I think one of them, I can go with the first one. And they ask, I was running a grants program in Web3 with a monthly value of 100K. I could not deploy most of it. What are some thoughts of where Web3 grant programs are going wrong, including myself?
Yeah. Well, this is an evolutionary design space. And so I think that the fact that sometimes these programs go wrong doesn't mean that you shouldn't do the grants program. It means that you should iterate towards your ultimate goal. And one of the things that I think that grants programs do that we need to get better at is defining their goals up front. So it's really impossible to say in the abstract, what should I be doing for my grants program? You need to define what is the purpose of the grants program. Are you building an education grants program? Are you building a protocol developer grants program or something else? What are the KPIs? How are we going to design around those KPIs? These grants programs are relative to their design criteria. And so you can check out the Gitcoin Grants Canvas, which is a book that we wrote about how to design a grants program if you want to get better at running grants programs.
So start at the foundations.
Exactly.
Very nice, thank you. Another one, a bit of a technical one, which I liked, was how does quadratic funding address Sybil attacks?
Sybil attacks are sock puppet attacks. That's basically if my grant was losing out in a quadratic funding round, I could spin up a bunch of sock puppets and pretend to be a bunch of users. And we've attempted to solve that. It's never really fully solved with Passport, which is a identity product that we've incubated at Gitcoin, is now spun out of Gitcoin. And then we're also using this thing called cluster mapping, which uses some really advanced data science to cluster contributions to each other and to root out Sybil attacks. So TLDR, use Passport, use all the other great anti-Sybil tools out there in the ecosystem, and use data science to solve those problems.
Nice. We have time for one more question, and there's one more here. How can we incentivize allocating capital to public goods which don't directly benefit Web3, for example, climate impact?
Yeah. My vision for how to do this is that we basically fund our shared needs in the blockchain ecosystem by contributing to public goods funding for our own ecosystems. And if we can set a norm that just 10% of that capital will go upstream to Ethereum, to open source, to the world, then as Ethereum scales and as Web3 scales, eventually we'll have a lot of funding that goes upstream to those global and planetary public goods. The other thing that we can do is we can go to governments and NGOs and say, hey, we're better at allocating capital than you are. Look at all the ways that we've done that. Please use our infrastructure. And so those are two ways that I think over the next decade that we're going to be solving those systemic problems, hopefully with on-chain primitives.
Very nice. We have 1 minute left for questions, so I'm going to be selfish and ask a personal, not personal question, but one that I have myself.
Okay.
And you talked a lot about plurality, and this is something that I've been hearing more and more about this week, actually, and it seems to be a sort of new thing that's like coming up in conversation. Can you talk a bit more about what you mean by that, or maybe even just define it a little bit if it's not clear?
Yeah, so plurality, it basically means that you don't put all of the weight of your expectations on one system or mechanism or group of people. And so plurality means that we celebrate the diversity of approaches to solving problems. And you see this manifested in the need for the Ethereum network to have client diversity at its base layer. If Vitalik talked about it in his talk this morning, but basically if one execution client goes down, then the other ones can pick up the slack. And that's an example of how plurality is a primitive, a meta primitive for resilience in these ecosystems. And so I just think that we should take that philosophy of plurality and apply it to our public goods funding layer of the infrastructure, not just the base layer of the network. And hopefully that means that we get more funding from more directions and we're not overly reliant to and beholden to any of them.
Very nice, cool. Yeah. Everything is so much emerging. Like, I mean, it's good to...
It's happening, yeah. Real quick, someone asked where you can get the book. You can get it at allobook.gitcoin.co. It's a free PDF, or for $20, you can get it shipped to your house anywhere in the world. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Let's thank the speaker again. Great. I think we have 2 more minutes while the next speaker joins us. Thanks. Okay, we're back for the second talk. Thank you for staying with us. I think it was a super nice introduction to the stage 3. And I think the next talk kind of builds on a little bit the similar ideas. Like Ethereum, Web3, and blockchains gave us all these promises. And I think DAOs is one of those promises that everyone got so excited about. And I think it's great. And I think for me, it's one of the like absolute dreams to build towards. But this talk kind of looks at a bit what actually is a DAO, and like are the things that people are calling DAOs actually DAOs? Is a Discord server with a multi-sig actually a DAO? All these kinds of things. So yeah, Lefteris will join us to give us a talk about DAOs, everything to know. And yeah, welcome to the stage. Thank you very much. Give a round of applause.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. So I guess we're here to talk about DAOs. This talk is going to be about hard truths. It's going to be a bit spicy, like the food here. And for those of you who don't know who I am, a quick intro. I'm Lefteris. I've been in Ethereum for a bit. I worked on Solidity Compiler and the C++ Ethereum. Later, I created, along with Christoph here, the DAO and helped with the cleanup afterwards. I was the dev lead for the Raiden network, and for a long time now I'm the founder of Rotkey, the portfolio management and tracking and accounting tool that respects your privacy. So let's get some definitions first. What is a DAO? There can be many definitions, but the main thing is that it's a smart contract with a set of rules that governs some kind of cooperation between people. Trivia. In the Thai language, DAO is a star. I learned it very recently, and it's also a name that was sometimes given to girls. There is nice other definitions like groups with a bank account, crypto co-op. I really like the word financial flash mob because you know, you have a lot of people who gather together and they just buy the constitution, let's say, or attempt to. So what is a DAO good for? Being a smart contract, it's auditable, it's open source, it's transparent. A DAO also works on the blockchain, which is a transparent ledger, and as such, you can see what it does and what it touches. It's very easy to use. You don't need to set up a company, you just press a button and you deploy a contract. An audited contract, so you probably use a template, you just customize it a bit, and it's also very cheap. There is only gas fees. If you have to do a company, you have to do notaries, legal fees, there's a lot of work. It's accessible to everybody. DAOs don't discriminate about jurisdiction, about nationality, about anything. What are the problems? There's many problems with DAOs. Coordination is one, regulatory unclarity, something that we're going to talk a bit about. Many DAOs perform decentralization theater. We're going to talk about this quite a bit. And there is participation incentives. If any of you have worked with a DAO or anything, you will probably notice that after the honeymoon period, you tend to lose interest. There is many examples, like the DAO, Yearn, Pleasure, ENS, Friends with Benefits, Optimism. There is many. There is no point talking about them here in this part. So let's go to the hard truth. What are the problems with DAOs? A very big problem is absence of regulations. Everything I say is not legal advice. I'm not a lawyer in any way, but who is liable, for example? When a DAO does something, we are talking about liability always. Who is liable when a DAO does something? Is it the deployer? Is it the author? Is it the participants, the token holders? In the end, it may not matter. What many DAOs do today and what we did back then in 2016 is we didn't deploy that original DAO. We just created the code, and we gave the bytecode to the community, and they deployed it multiple times. I don't even remember how many, 40, 50, and then they were chosen randomly by a random function in Slack. This was also a way to say that it wasn't deployed by a particular company. In the end, all this kind of stuff don't matter. If they actually want to say that a company deployed it, they just would write it. This is from the SEC paper on the DAO, and what it says is that on or about April 1926, Slockit deployed the DAO code on the Ethereum blockchain. They completely disregarded having the deployment as like a member from the community. They just completely disregarded the entire thing. So the point here being that doesn't really matter. In the end, if someone wants to say that you deployed a DAO, they will just say that you deployed the DAO. When you work for a DAO, and I have done that, and I guess many of you actually have worked for a DAO, you probably have a tax accountant at some point, and they ask you, hey, so where is the invoice for this payment? You're like, invoice? What's that? You have issued an invoice, right? Okay, you're right. Optimism. But what is optimism? Where is it? Where is the jurisdiction? Where is it located? Is it located in the EU? You're also located in the EU, so you need to pay VAT. There is many questions, and the worst thing is that when they make these questions, you're already screwed. They can just claim whatever they want if you can't prove it. They can claim that you need to retroactively pay VAT on every one of your invoices. This has happened to some people, so it's actually a really dangerous thing working for a DAO. Participating in a DAO, there is potential legal liabilities. This is from Oki DAO. They basically at some point wanted them to shut down, the CFTC, and they gave them a penalty. So they found the DAO is a person, and they gave them a penalty of $643,000. Now, who is responsible to pay for this? Are the token holders responsible? Is the governance responsible? Would they hold a vote to pay this fine? There is many questions about who is liable for a DAO. This talk is about questions, not answers. I don't have the answers, by the way. Taxes. Everybody loves taxes, right? Especially DAOs. DAOs operate, and many of them make money. That money is not taxed at all, because most DAOs don't belong in any jurisdiction. They will tell you we're in the Ethereum jurisdiction. Well, tell that to the lawyer. If they are under a jurisdiction, they would probably have to do some kind of AML and KYC. So how do they do that, even? The question is always, which jurisdiction does the DAO fall under? Because that's where you would see, does it need to do AML? Does it need to pay taxes? And so on and so forth. Regulations aside, which don't have much answers, we can also talk about something really important, which is the decentralization theater that many DAOs do today. This is the biggest statement that this talk wants to make, is that there are no DAOs today. Almost everything that you call a DAO today is really just not a DAO. The majority of stuff is just Discord administered organizations. You just open a Discord server, you deploy a 4 out of 7 multisig, and then you deploy a token that is owned by the multisig. Now, who are the multisig owners, the signers? It's probably you and your friends, or you and your 4 addresses or 7 addresses. And then after you give it to the community. Then a day passes, or a week, or a month, and then you rug pull, or you just, you close down it. You tried, it's fine, you did your best, but you have already sold most of the tokens. Your community became your exit liquidity. That's definitely not a DAO. That's a scam. There is many scams like that out there. This is the most obvious not a DAO thing. There is other things though. Something that many companies in this field and many big names are absolutely doing, and it's horrible. What many people do is that they create a product. They have a company behind the product. Then they say, we could do better. We could actually make a DAO. And then we have 2 cap tables. We have the original investors of the first company, and then we have also the token holders. They're also investors in a sense. You raise double the amount of money because also the people put money into the token, so they actually become your exit liquidity slowly. You don't need to promise them anything. The DAO doesn't promise anything ever. But just because of proximity to the original product, of proximity to the original team and original company, the token gets value. And in many of these cases, it gets a lot of value. And then, both for the founders and for the VC investors, the original company has beautiful exit liquidity through the token. This is something that many big names today are doing, and I have lost respect for basically a lot of OGs in the field that are just doing this, which is, you could call it a scam, but it's a kind of a smart way to scam people. It's not a DAO. I was talking with someone who was trying to advise me on what to do with Rodkey, and I had problems. Like there is always problems about liabilities, regulation, taxes. You know, we're a German company; we have to pay a lot of taxes. There is legal questions about everything. Sometimes, do we have to KYC our users? You know, why don't you just solve it easily? You just make a DAO, just make a BVI foundation. Everything is easy. You just make a DAO, and then you just sidestep everything. So, a DAO is not a way to sidestep regulations. It shouldn't be. Another thing that DAOs tend to do in order to create decentralization theater is to attract governance participants. So they make a token, they airdrop it, they call it airdropping responsibility to you. And they ask you to become a delegate in the DAO. So you make it look like the delegates are deciding. You get big names. I am actually in some DAOs, and I have regretted it because I gave legitimacy to DAOs that do not deserve it. In truth, what happens is they plan, they do everything, and what you do is just rubber stamp. But by doing the rubber stamping, what you end up doing is giving legitimacy as a big name in the field to something that's actually not a DAO. So DAO governance is what some DAOs use in order to legitimize the project. And then plutocracy. Essentially, as token voting goes, most of the tokens, they have a very, very, very bad distribution. It's either the founder or the investors that hold the majority of the token. They decide what to do, then they vote to do it, and then sometimes they hide it by doing the friends or employees of the foundation or whatever that have delegated the tokens to, and then it appears as if it's decentralized, but in reality, if you see where does the token delegation come from, it's actually from the founders. So we're going to do a few case studies. We're going to check at ENS, MakerDAO, and Optimism. ENS. This is how ENS was split, 25% to core contributors, 25% as an airdrop to everybody that had an ENS name, 50% to the DAO treasury itself. Then they made a foundation. It is in the Cayman Islands non-profit. It represents the DAO in the real world, and the directors were actually appointed by governance. So there was a governance vote. I am a part of the DAO, so I did vote for who is the head of the foundation. The ENS Foundation actually tries to solve the problems that I mentioned before, which is the liability for the participants, taxation for the DAO, because the DAO actually makes money. Like all these ENS names that you guys are getting, part of the fee, or all the fee, I don't remember, goes to the DAO. This is the income. And this is why the foundation exists. It can also enter into contracts. So if you get a grant, you can actually put the ENS Foundation as your counterparty. And then there is ENS Labs. This is the main company that develops the protocol, and it has a founding team. They have governance, they have big names, they have a security council, which is the very, very top voter here. This is just for to veto against governance attacks. The treasury is managed by Karpatki. Everything is executed on chain. The governance does own, indeed, the token. It can do things on chain. So the governance has power in ENS. Unfortunately, while the DAO does have control, then who controls the DAO is that still ENS Labs has quite a strong presence in the DAO. Not as bad as other DAOs, but still, if you see, like some people here are indeed part of ENS Labs, and some people here, if you check the delegations that they have, they are actually also by like 1 or 2 people from ENS DAO, ENS Labs. It's kind of a DAO, it has issues, but it's sufficiently decentralized, I would say. From the test cases that case studies that I'm making here, it's probably the best. So then going to MakerDAO. MakerDAO, it was founded by Rune Christensen in 2015. They created the Maker token. We all know it. It's an amazing DeFi protocol. It has created the CDPs, the first decentralized stablecoin like SEA, known as DAI at the time. Then they launched a multi-collateral DAI. They dissolved the foundation because they said now we're decentralized. Then Rune came back in 2022 and then rebranded to Sky and then regretted it. It's a bit of a mess right now. The allocation of Maker, though, it's a bit weird. It's like 69.5 to founders of the project and 15 to the team. Okay. Then we have Rune. Rune is the founder, as I said, and he's essential. He is basically a guy that does everything. The problem, as stated in the podcast, the Unchained one, can Rune fix the sad state of DAO governance? The problem is that there is DAO governance in Maker, but it's not a DAO, and it's absolutely not governance. When you own most of the Maker and you delegate it to your friends, and delegates are paid by how much they are delegated to, then everybody will do what you say. At that point, it's not really a DAO. It's basically Rune's DAO. It basically only Anons are supposed to be able to delegate it to because of fear of safety. So the very few big holders, which are funds, the original investors, they do not delegate to anybody because they can't delegate to Anons. And then, I don't know, if you read the forums, there is a lot of things. I don't want to go into many details, but it looks more like a cult than a DAO. So I would say that Maker DAO is not a DAO. It's probably a cult. I really don't know what it is right now. Then, going to Optimism. This is another DAO that I'm actually participating actively in, and I have kind of regretted it. DAO launched in April 2022. They kept a big part, like 20% for retroactive public goods funding. This is why I actually went to, for the public goods. They have a partner fund that's managed by what they created later, a foundation, and the investors and the team also got a big allocation. They also created the Cayman Islands Foundation. It does exactly the same thing as the NS Foundation, so that it can interact with real-world entities. But the problem starts here, that it's towards the evolution of the collective governance. I have an issue with this, and you will see what it is. They have for years mandate, but they hope to decentralize before that. The hope is dying. So governance. The governance of Optimism is like this. These are the biggest delegates. I'm also there. They have big names in delegate. It's very, very well organized in seasons. And they have two bicameral governance. So basically, it's the token house and the citizen house. The token house is what is in every single DAO. So the op token, it's just plutocracy essentially. And then there's the citizen house. The citizen house is that they just choose people from the community. They give them a badge, as they call it, and then it's one person, one vote. The citizen house decides for RPGF and has a veto against the token house if there is some kind of capture. Unfortunately, neither house owns anything. The governance is powerless. They do nothing. It's all just bells and whistles. They have the super chain. It's a collective of chains that's building on the op stack. They have managed to attract very big names. The idea is to create an interoperable layer 2. What attracted me to Optimism was the RPGF, the idea of the sequencer fees being directed towards public goods. Each superchain actually is supposed to direct a percentage of their fees towards public goods. In reality, at the moment, because the sequencer fees are quite low, they are still using the 20% allocation of the original token. The problem is that the decision of everything here still lies with the foundation. Governance doesn't deal with this. Like, nobody decides, apart from the foundation, about how this will be done. So, Optimism is the definition of decentralization theater. It really is probably what should be in the books about decentralization theater. The DAO owes nothing. You have governance that does nothing. It's just rubber stamping. The foundation says, we will do this. Yes or no? Well, I mean, they own most of the governance participants, so it will always be yes. The structure is suggested by the foundation. The RPGF structure is suggested by the foundation. The rules, how much money will go, everything is managed by the foundation. There is a promise for decentralization, but it does take forever, and at some point, you start to wonder, like, I want to put a snapshot that we voted that we want to have more decentralized, and then they say, okay, we'll try, and that's it. I don't know. So Optimism is an amazing tech stack. I'm a very big fan, actually, of the tech stack. I used all the Optimism chains. It's a very well-run business. They have attracted the biggest names, like Kraken for Inc., Base for Coinbase for Base. But it's a company. It's a business. It's a very well-run business. It is not a DAO. So, is basically all hope lost? Should DAOs not exist? Well, there are some DAOs that actually are what I would consider a DAO, like the Constitution guys. They just wanted to buy the Constitution. They just all gathered and said, let's buy the Constitution. 47 million in ETH was raised in a very, very short amount of time. They still didn't get it. They lost to a less dollar amount bid, but I think that they didn't have enough for all the processing, etc. So they said, okay, we are not going to do this. And then they disbanded. Then there is Yearn. Yearn is probably my favorite thing that I consider a DAO today. Since 2020, they're still continuing a DeFi protocol, very smart devs. The token was fairly launched, so basically everybody had the same opportunity to get it. Infamously, the founder got 0, and he left early, and it still continues, despite the founder leaving early. This is the true test of the DAO. No backing, just a nice product, and it still exists. This is exactly it. They're just a small team building awesome stuff. And lastly, as a good example, is Moloch DAO. A bunch of people said, okay, let's try to fund Ethereum ecosystem. It got summoned by Amin on the 14th of February. It has given over 1.4 million ecosystem grants, maybe more. I'm not sure about my numbers here. People like Flashbot, TrueBlocks, and also Rodkey took a DAO grant from Moloch DAO. The members coordinate. It's all open source. If you don't like what the Moloch DAO wants to give funds at, you just can rage quit, which is basically a mechanism that also kind of came from the original DAO of exiting. So, yes, there is hope and use for DAOs. It's just not what DAOs are trying to do today. The take-home message basically is very, very simple. A DAO is not a company. Like, really, just everybody needs to get it into their heads that a DAO is really not a company. It's not a way to shift liability to the users. It is not a way to avoid regulations. It's not optimism, so the decentralization theater, please don't do that. This is a disgrace. And it's not a way to lure participants with fake promises over whatever you want to say that you are going to do. Public goods, for example, with optimism, and then basically change your mind 6 months later. A DAO is a very simple thing. It's a quick way to just band together and do something. You can coordinate permissionlessly over a smart contract and build something nice. And it doesn't need to last forever. You can just make a DAO for one small thing. We can make a DAO for something here in Thailand, then disband it when we go back home. You don't need to keep a DAO like a company. I guess that's mostly it. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much. It's a very nice talk, and it was, nice to see a kind of honest exploration of these things. I hope people don't think that this is bad or anything. I really appreciate seeing these things so that I can actually understand what is going on and what people are actually doing, and seeing how you can build it better, either yourself or how they can improve. We have a few questions, some nice ones. I'll start with a spicy one because I think you might like it. Will there, oh no, it's gone. I have to, something I didn't mention before, but people have been using it. You can upvote questions.
Okay.
And so this was one of the ones that was mostly upvoted. So why do you think we have not seen anti-plutocratic on-chain governance structures?
Because of Sybil, I guess. We can't easily find out who is who. This is exactly what Optimism is trying with the Citizen House, but then you decide who is who by just giving it to people that you know, and then that's not really equal opportunity governance.
So do you think some sort of identity things would help?
Yeah, but they have been trying them with Gitcoin, as you saw before, for so long, and it's not easy.
So what does accountability look like in a DAO structure? How do we create a stronger on-chain culture of accountability?
Accountability, yeah, good question. Well, being accountable to the DAO would mean, say that you get a grant and then you have some milestones and then you have to get them, and then if you don't finish the milestones, then you just are banned from not only this DAO, but from other DAOs. This is for grant recipients, but accountability in, let's say, I don't know, participation, etc. Yeah, this is a very hard problem to incentivize participation, because most of these DAOs, for example, you get all these people to work on a DAO, and they are, it's just unpaid work for most of them.
There's a question that kind of touches on this point. So you suggested that there's uncertainty about liability for DAO participants. However, some legal trends are becoming clear. Don't you see that there are some obvious candidates for accountability?
Candidates for what? What? I didn't really understand.
Candidates for accountability. So I guess, yeah, like legal things, like filing your taxes or...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but this is not really, this is accountability towards the state, not accountability to the DAO or to the other participants. When I hear of accountability, I just think more of how you are accountable to the DAO as an organization, not to your jurisdiction or the state.
Okay. So what is your opinion for an optimal framework to build a real DAO? What is needed for a real DAO?
Well, as I said, I don't think a DAO should be as they are today. They should be like a simple thing, just pop it up, solve a problem, disband it. Or just like Jern did, build an actual product, not a DAO and then a product. Just build an actual product, gather people around the product, and then they will just keep building it. You can call it a DAO, you can call it a band of friends doing something. I think that the DAO word is completely overused.
This is also a piece of advice that is floating around with people who are thinking about launching tokens for not necessarily governance or whatever, but for like protocols and things like that. It's also like, do the protocol and make it work. And then, so will there be a time where we will actually think before just doing the next cool thing?
Honestly, I think that this also depends a lot on us, the community, because everybody seems to approve of this stuff. If we don't use those things, if we don't approve, if we don't go to the big events organized by those people with the lot of money that they get through this decentralization theater, then maybe they would think again before trying to do this. But if we as a community really just keep approving this, they will keep doing it. It's really up to us to just say, no, guys, this is a scam. This is actually, I don't know if it's legal, but it absolutely and certainly is not ethical. Like, it really shouldn't be done this way.
So I think that's about all the time we have for questions, but I think it's a very nice point to end on, and I think it's a point that summarizes your talk very well. Like, I think it's super important that you give this talk to call out certain behavior, to say like, hey, look, this is the way we should be. We should be better. So if we want to build a nice future, we should build better. And like, I think there's lots of hope for that in the Ethereum community. I think like lots of people do have good intentions. So.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, this is why I'm still here.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you very much again. And we take 1 minute break before the next speaker.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Welcome back for the next session. We continue on the DAO topic, and we continue, I think, on a similar point that we touched on before. So how do we align incentives with different funding? How do we use the tokens that we have in our DAOs? How do we how do we balance the risk of the long-term kind of goals that we have with the kind of short-term needs for incentives that we have within DAOs? So I welcome the speaker to the stage to give us a view of liquid staking in DAOs. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello, hello. All right, 20 minutes. Great to see everyone. My name is Denison Bertram. I am the CEO and co-founder of Tally. We are one of the largest DAO tooling infrastructure companies in the space. We build a lot of solutions for DAOs and protocols at large. We're really focused on making this new kind of decentralized organization really work. So today what I'm going to talk about, normally when I do this talk or talks like this, I talk pretty generally about DAOs, the problems, the challenges. You know, really excited to have seen Lefter speak. You know, I'm a big fan of his, and you know, he brings up a lot of points. But today I'm going to speak about something pretty specific, really one particular solution that we believe in very strongly right now, which is staking for DAOs, which maybe for many of you might be a new kind of idea, and you're sort of like, okay, what is the staking for DAOs? So I'm going to dig into it a bit, of course. So first, to sort of talk about DAOs really at a high level, just sort of set the stage, DAOs are the new future form of corporations. And when we think about corporations, we're actually talking about the largest asset class out there in the world, right? Last year, the corporation market cap hit $123 trillion. So when we think about why are we building DAOs, what are DAOs for, what is the opportunity here, actually that number is the opportunity, because we can convert some meaningful percentage of that into decentralization. So, as I mentioned, DAOs represent a new corporate form, but there's something interesting here, because Miles Jennings put up a tweet where he said tokens are not equity, and that's absolutely correct, because DAOs actually aren't corporations. Token holders are not shareholders. But I want to give you a little analogy right here, right? In traditional corporations, you have these shareholders. Let's take something like a gold mine. You have this gold mine, you have these employees, the managers, and you have these shareholders. If all the shareholders die in a terrible plane crash in the Andes, it's a terrible, sad story, but the mine continues to work, right? They can continue to mine gold, they can sell it in the market, they can earn revenue, and they can pay one another, right? That's kind of a traditional corporation. So corporations can exist without their shareholders, even though shareholders do have a specific sort of function in the corporate form, but DAOs actually die without their token holders. Right? This seems kind of obvious, but if you think about it, if you take your protocol and you take your DAO and everyone gets together at a big party, they eat some bad sushi and they all die, it's very sad, but also your DAO is dead. The protocol is dead. Right? And this is a really big distinction. The token holders are really core and critical to your organization in a way that in the corporate form, shareholders are not. The problem is, especially today, that DAOs are actually misaligned with token holders, right? And I'm going to talk about this in the next coming slides, but high level, contributors that bring value to DAOs today are actually forced to exit these organizations to actualize their share value, and operators, because of the misalignment of incentives, are actually incentivized to capture rather than collaborate in DAOs. So this is kind of the phases of DAOs that go through, and I'll talk about these really briefly, but all protocols start in something that I call the experimental phase. And in fact, most of crypto has spent most of its lifetime in the experimental phase. And the experimental phase is when a bunch of people get together, they have some idea, they're going to write some smart contract code, they're going to create a lending protocol, something like that. This is an experiment. I think if you look in crypto, a lot of times we like to talk about crypto as being an experiment. Everything we're building is an experiment. Well, experiments are quite interesting, especially in crypto, because experiments capture value via speculative price appreciation, right? If you put work into something that is an experiment, the way you get value out is through speculative price appreciation. And we have a lot of tools that enable us to do this, namely exchanges. Then we have inflection, where value actualization as a kind of failure, and business, the final phase when DAOs that actually make it past this point succeed. So let me dig into these really quickly. Speculative appreciation, I've talked a little bit about that, but that is essentially, I joined this DAO, it's a cool idea, everybody loves it, it's hype, vibes are popping off, token price goes up. Great. Because I have brought some energy to this, I've brought my own contributions to this, I've helped create value, right? You know, a lot of organizations here go from 0 to $1 billion overnight. You have helped create value. Fantastic. But how do I actualize my share of the value that I've created? Well, I have to take my tokens and sell them, right? But this is kind of, well, I was going to swear. This sucks, right? Because what you're doing is this model actually forces out the operators who bring the greatest value to your protocol out of the protocol, right? They have to essentially sell their participation to get their value, and now they're no longer aligned, right? The success of this organization is forcing out its very operators who contribute to that success. So the actualization is failure. This is very critical. When we look across the ecosystem, why does the chart look like this so often, right? Of course, it's speculation, but it's because at the very top here, the only logical operation for operators, and operators I define as anyone who's helping to operate a DAO, is to exit, right? There is some price at which you've priced in all the vibes, all the hype, all the riz of an organization, and now it can only go down, and now it's a race to the exit. And this kills even really good, successful ideas because there's no path to longevity because you force out the operators who've created this value. Now, if a protocol succeeds at this, and this is where we'll get into staking, protocols become businesses, right? What you want is these people who've contributed value and they've contributed to the growth of this organization, you want them to stay. You want to keep them aligned with the project that you're working on, right? They should not have to sell their participation in order to continue to be able to get some value out. And this goes to kind of a core thing about governance DAO tokens, right? They're intermingling financial utility with governance utility, right? This token is used to operate a protocol, but it's also an asset, right? People talk about, I have most of my net worth in XYZ DAO, right? It's an asset, but it's also a utility. So what we need to do in order for protocols to become businesses is use a mechanism to return value in a way that doesn't force them out. And what I'm going to argue here is that staking is actually the right way to do this. So to solve alignment, we need to fix incentives. So staking is the Web3 native way to align DAOs. We know staking works. We know staking is compliant, right? ETH does staking. Many L1s do staking. Staking is already product market fit for capital and assets in Web3. I mean, maybe it's a little bit reductive to say, but in many ways, the #1 product market fit with crypto is use your money to make more money. Staking, though, is also the compliant way to return value. And compliance here is a very important term. First of all, I'm not a lawyer, but I'll talk to you a little bit about what we mean by compliance here. In corporations, they can return value via dividends. Of course, no corporations do that anymore because the entire world is just meme coins and everything's kind of bullshit, but that's fine. The point is they can return value in the form of dividends. And if token holders were just to receive money from the protocol, you actually are turning your protocol into a security. You can't just return value to everyone who holds a token because they have contributed potentially nothing, right? This is very important. We have to find compliant ways to return capital, even in whatever the new regulatory regime may be. And staking does this because staking requires some sort of value, some sort of effort on the behalf of the token holder to return value, right? You stake your ETH in order to earn inflationary rewards. You stake your tokens in Unistaker and delegate to someone in order to receive a portion of the fees, right? Now, quickly, rewards can be revenue or inflation. People talk to me about this a lot, and I'll talk about this really briefly. First of all, protocols need to return value to token holders. There needs to be revenue. There needs to be cash flows. If you think that this can go on forever with no revenue and no cash flows. You're diluting yourself, right? These things must become businesses in the long term to survive. Yeah, maybe it's fine that it's been 4 years and there's no cash flows and all that stuff, but it doesn't last forever, and it doesn't last forever for a very practical reason. The majority of these protocols are VC funded, and these funds have shelf lives. And at the end of the shelf life, they have to get rid of these tokens. And when they compare the world against like holding ETH or holding your token and the need to return value in the fund, there's going to be a hard decision to make, right? And we're not going to be able to support the future of finance via speculative price appreciation. Because today, the market is absolutely filled with things that are driving speculative price appreciation. You may hear people joke about DAO tokens as being meme coins, and if we never return value, if there's never cash flows, that's exactly what they are. Thank you. The other one is inflationary rewards. And inflationary rewards sometimes gets a bad rap, right? You create a DAO token, and now you're going to do inflationary rewards, and people say, oh, you created this monopoly money, and now you're just going to give out more monopoly money. It's like bullshit following bullshit, right? That's not true. The majority of staking rewards are inflationary rewards. Ethereum has no cash flows, right? Nobody pays in a way that you can actually create some other sorts of value. It just returns you more ETH, right? But that's actually correct. This is the right way to do it in many cases, because in many of these protocols, you have a large number of token holders who aren't doing anything, right? They haven't provided any value. They weren't initial investors. Maybe they just bought this stuff off Uniswap. What value does that bring to your protocol? We need a way to identify the operators of protocols in a strategic, clear way that's transparent. And inflationary rewards allows you to inflate out people who are doing nothing. And staking is the decentralized way to allow people to choose to participate. I'm going to have to go a little bit faster, so I'm going to jump through this a little bit. Okay, inflationary rewards help DAOs manage their operators. That's what I was just talking about. The point here is, if you have a group of people who are doing nothing, you need to try and inflate them out of the system, right? You can't take people's tokens. That's not Web3 aligned. You have to give them an option. If you are participating in being an operator of the protocol, if you continue to bring organizational capital and value to the system, you should be rewarded with more ownership over this system because you are participating. And so you can use inflationary rewards to slowly push out the dead weight in protocols. Now, you may not agree with me on this, and you don't have to use inflationary rewards. That's all fine. But this is something I feel quite strongly about, because if you look around, there's a lot of dead slowly push out in protocols. Now, you may not agree with me on this, and you don't have to slowly push out in protocols. Now, you may not agree with me on this, and you don't have to use inflationary rewards. That's all fine. Use inflationary rewards. That's all fine. But this is something I feel quite strongly about, because if you look around, slowly push out the dead weight in protocols. Now, you may not agree with me on this, and you don't have to use inflationary rewards. That's all fine. But this is something I feel quite slowly push out the dead weight in protocols. Now, you may not agree with me on this, and you don't have to use inflationary rewards. That's all fine. But this is something I feel quite strongly about, because if you look around, there's a lot of dead into participating. Again, a superpower of DAOs. So, staking fixes DAOs. This is what I've been trying to talk a little bit about. Maybe I didn't express enough the sort of like core problem here, but we align the operator class, we align the founders and core teams, we align the investors, and we align the wider community with success, right? No longer is this just a pump and dump kind of operation. We want to build something that grows over time. Tally builds staking for DAOs. Feel free to come and talk to me about this more if you want to understand a little bit more about our perspective, what we're doing here. But most importantly, this is what we want to leave you with. We need staking as the Web3 compliant tool to enable success of our organizations. They are not meme coins, but they're going to be meme coins if we don't act on creating long-term sustainable mechanisms. So that's my talk. I have 3 minutes. I'm not sure if I was supposed to go into the questions and answer period.
Thank you very much. It was very nice. And you speak so clearly and so energetically that the guys even came and brought more chairs. Thank you. You were like pulling the crowd in. This is really great. This is like more, we need more of this. It's really nice. Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
We have some time for some questions. So maybe I will read them out and you can have an answer. But yeah, so the first question, I think maybe it's asking for a little summary of the talk actually. how does staking DAO tokens for a protocol bring value? Isn't it just locked liquidity in smart contracts?
Okay, this is a great point. No, because when you lock the liquidity, you demand something, right? So the way high level works is you have your tokens, you stake them, but you have to pick an operator to represent you in governance. This is a delegate, right? So you say, okay, I'm staking my tokens, I'm picking my delegate. Now, in order for me to receive my staking rewards, the delegate must do some sort of work in the DAO, right? We're working with Arbitrum to build staking for Arbitrum. They're using a tool called Karma, which creates a score for delegates. And they say, okay, if you reach this minimum score, I don't know, 88% on the Karma score, you are eligible for your rewards. What that means is token holders have to watch their delegate closely. Because if the delegate goes on vacation and doesn't show up for a vote, you don't get paid, right? And if you don't want to delegate to someone, you delegate to yourself. Now you can earn both the delegate's rewards and your own token holder rewards, right? But this is important because it demands that you operate the protocol. And this effectively turns participants into kind of independent contractors, right? You're not being paid for just being vibey and hanging out. You're being paid for doing the work of operating the protocol or making sure your selected delegate does their job in operating the protocol.
So for me, this kind of touches on the point that you say it becomes a professional manner. Like for me, I don't know, like I think people do their job when they have a fear of losing something. Like of course, yes, you're incentivized by getting money at the end of the week, but you do your job purely because you don't want to lose the money at the end of the week. So do you think this also plays a role in staking or?
Yeah, one of the things this is based on is the opportunity cost of capital, right? If you have certainly a large amount of money, there are a lot of ways to earn yield. In traditional staking, you have slashing. Here, the slashing operates on your opportunity cost, right? If at the end of 1 year your delegate didn't show up, you lose all the income that you could have earned. You lose the opportunity cost of your capital. This is quite important because in DAOs, there aren't objective yes and no answers. We can't take people's tokens for making decisions that we consider wrong because you need these minority protections. So you can at least say, well, no, you're not qualified to earn these rewards, and that's the sort of mechanism that you lose, right? So that for professional delegates, they can go out, they can pay for food, they don't have to do some retro PGF where they got to like beg for their rent, 6 months later. This is how we do it in a professional way.
And do you see this? So one of the things that I kind of wondered when I first started hearing about DAOs was like, maybe I do this as a profession. Like if I'm interested in politics or whatever, maybe I actually do this as a profession. Do you see people actually doing this and like staking enabling that?
There are large organizations already in crypto who are professional delegates. They hire teams, they have analysts. Many investors now take the governance seriously where they have analyst teams. You look at large organizations like BlackRock that participates in the Arbitrum DAO. You look at VCs like Pantera that actively participate in their DAOs. So yes, we see these large, not necessarily large, but professional working group of folks who focus on these protocols.
That's quite cool. So we have another minute, so we can have one more question. So what is the first stage of growing and identifying our ecosystem's operating class? So how do we get that?
Yeah, so that is work, right? Because if you get it wrong, you can screw up things majorly. And you really need to identify who needs your protocol, who's excited about your protocol, and what there is between. So it depends on kind of what your protocol is. If it's a VC-backed protocol, probably your first operating class are going to be your VCs. If it is a community-first protocol, it's probably going to be the people who contribute to the energy of getting stuff done every day. If it's a protocol that's composable and people build on top of it, it's probably the folks that are building on top of it. As you get more mature, it also becomes more attractive for the third-party groups. Things like Karpatki or Gauntlet or StableNode, StableLab, L2B, many of these other organizations who are available as a professional class to help operate.
Cool. I think because you finished the talk 1 minute early, we have one last one, if you want. I hope they don't complain to me. Because I think like lots of questions came in. So one of them, spicy, which DAO do you like the most?
I can't pick favorites.
No, okay, good. One other one before that came in before the time ran out. How would a rise in AI agents operated protocols change the need for native tokens and staking?
Yeah, AI agents actually don't change the equation, right? One of the things that's incredible about DAOs is that we've built a corporate entity that AI agents can actually natively interact with. Right? When Bitcoin first came out, one of the amazing things about it was I could send you an email that says I love you, and you would feel loved, or I could send you an email that says here's $1, and you don't have anything, right? Bitcoin changed that. I can send you $1. And that was a major blocker for machines actually participating as co-equal partners in the economy. Now with DAOs, AI agents, machines can actually be valuable contributors to these ecosystems, and they will also need remuneration for the services because AI actually has many of the same requirements that humans do, right? They have to have some physical location where the servers are, they have to pay for electricity, so they will also need to be able to be paid for their services. So this aligns very much with creating some sort of cash flow stream that pays for compute.
Very nice, thanks very much. Well, now I think we're a little bit over time, so maybe we can thank the speaker once again. This was the first, you closed the first session of stage 3 in Devcon 7.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So, now maybe we take 5 minutes break. In a few minutes, we will come back for the privacy and cypherpunk track. So I think it's a bit of a switch in topics. Yeah, join us in 5 minutes. And just for housekeeping again, toilets are outside to the left. There's some snacks around. Scan the QR codes, ask questions, upvote other questions, and yeah, see you in a few minutes. Thanks very much. patience. Sorry about the delay. We're still waiting for the next session to start. Bear with us a few minutes. Thanks very much. Hello. We're terribly sorry, but unfortunately this session is going to be cancelled. on the plus side, it's a room full of privacy people. And if you're here to talk about the privacy ecosystem, now you can talk to each other. Everyone's free for the next 20 minutes. So the next session will start in 20 minutes at 3 p.m. sharp. Thanks for your patience and sorry for the inconvenience. See you. Okay, we're ready for the next session. Yeah, there's always a minute for a changeover. But as the last talk gave us a little tour of the cypherpunk culture that's building up, the next talk gives us a bit of a tour of the clash of cultures that is sort of happening in crypto at the moment. As the cypherpunks are kind of getting going now, it's kind of cool, like the community is building up. There's also this sort of meme coin culture and these degen culture that, like, okay, maybe there's some overlap between the two, but there's also some quite clash of the values. So I think the next talk will be nice to give us a view of financial nihilism versus the FOSS culture from Eleftherios. Join us. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for having me. My name is Eleftherios, and today the title of my talk is Financial Nihilism versus FOSS Culture, the Battle for Ethereum's Soul. I know it sounds weird, right? A bit of background on me. I previously founded the Radical project, which is a censorship-resistant and privacy-preserving network for code collaboration. You can think of it as a decentralized alternative to GitHub. It's a one-of-its-kind. What Radical tries to do is basically ensure open access, open as in open source, everywhere, while at the same time actually trying to protect the privacy of the different contributors. Radical is live as of last month. We had our 1.0 moment. It's usable. It's not vaporware. Please go use it and let us know what you think. Over the last 2 years, I have been also contributing to a project that is called Drips, which is a decentralized toolkit for funding public goods that is focusing on dependency trees. And Drips takes a very opinionated take on how to fund public goods. The way the system works is that a funder organization, in this is a real case with the NS, selects a number of projects that they consider critical. This could be part of their developer grants. This could be part of their retro PGF program. We have multiple different use cases. But what they do is effectively they come together, they decide on which projects are important, they set weights for each project, as you can see behind me, and then after that they decide to allocate some capital. And that capital can go as a one-off payment, or it can take place using by the second payments. So that's the first part. But where Drips gets more interesting is that as we onboard these different open source projects within the system, what we do is we ask them to specify on-chain their maintainers, and additionally we ask them to specify on-chain their dependencies. And through that process, effectively, we're building a tree where capital flows through. And the problem that we're trying to solve is, I think, like best illustrated by this graphic. I'm sure that many of you have seen this, but the main idea behind this problem is that we have critical infrastructure out there on the internet, and many times you have a random person somewhere, somewhere in the world, like tirelessly, trying to keep that package, well maintained. And clearly that's unsustainable, and we think that we have to do better. The North Star we have with Drips is this idea of what we call continuous dependency funding. What's fascinating, one of the many fascinating things about Ethereum is that you can have these programmable protocols that generate revenue. The model that we want to prove to the world is that you can have those DAOs and protocols that do generate revenue, but actually you can now have completely new value flows for developers. Imagine every time $1 is traded in Uniswap, every piece of dependency that actually powers that project to be able to receive maybe $0.001, right? We think that these are the things that actually are really possible with crypto, and we try to make that happen. But today I'm not going to talk to you about Drips and mechanism design and all of those things. Instead, I want to talk to you about some of the things we hear as we onboard different open source projects to Ethereum. And over the last year, we have onboarded more than 200 open source projects to Ethereum. And some of those projects, the majority actually, are non-crypto. They don't work in our industry, and many times they also don't understand our industry. Some examples that you can see behind me, this year we managed to bring the Rust programming language on-chain through a project that they have that's called Git2RS. We also managed to bring on-chain a really popular front-end framework that is called Svelte, and then many, many, many more projects. And as we onboard them, we actually get to talk to them. And when we talk to them, this is where interesting things happen. Because our worldview, living and breathing within Ethereum and crypto networks, many times is completely different to what they perceive. So today I want to share some of those learnings with you. And specifically, I want to focus on a few criticisms that we keep hearing over and over again. And I want to cut straight to the core point, which is by far the most important thing and the most depressing thing, I have to say, that we keep hearing from non-crypto developers is this. That basically, hey, Ethereum is interesting, but like it feels like a casino to us. And it's so disappointing, especially for people that we work in the space, we see the upside and the potential of that space, that this is still the dominant perception that people have about our space. And it's not just non-crypto folks. Like recently, many well-known crypto thinkers, like Polinia, a person that his writings have actually been educating us over the years. He wrote the exact same thing. He's like, you know what? Fuck that. I'm done with this. This space is just a casino. It gets worse every year, right? So there's something problematic here, and I wanted to share some thoughts with regards to how I'm looking into this and how I'm trying to explain this. And in order to do this, I had to start on this concept of financial nihilism. This is not a well-defined concept, but the way I understand it, financial nihilism is characterized by a loss of faith in established systems and a search for alternative pathways to security and fulfillment, right? Sounds familiar to a lot of crypto people because I think that many of us actually share the exact same skepticism towards systems, right? In addition, what's going on with people that have this view of the world is that they have this very short-term mindset. And where that's coming from is from the fact that they think that there's no solid foundation to trust long-term. If there's nothing meaningful in the long term, of course, I'm just going to be flipping coins day by day and moving from the one project to another. Nothing matters, right? So in finance, this frequently manifests on hyper-speculation, selfishness at the core, and then fundamentally nothing to believe in. As you can see, this is not just specific to our industry, but it has found a great home in our industry. What's interesting is that the same, loss of trust, faith, skepticism towards traditional systems, we share that. I identify with that statement, but I feel that what a lot of the builders within the Ethereum space try to do is they try to build an alternative rather than actually say, screw everything, everything sucks, everything is a Ponzi, nothing is worth doing anything, right? But while I feel that, within the Ethereum developer community, we do a lot of that, I think that has still failed to translate outside of the crypto community. So outside of the crypto community, we struggle to show many use cases over time that go beyond speculation. Right? The dominant view here is that, okay, you have the speculative stuff, and then you have some other things that come and go, And I feel that we really have failed to show in an engaging and retaining way this promise of the space. And in addition, we have other shit here, which is degen is now trendy here, right? Is this great? No, it's not. I think it's actually quite problematic, and it's quite problematic to a lot of young developers that actually don't have all the historical background. But these are, all of those things create this imbalance in perception and culture, and I really think that this is actually is hurting our space. And the interesting thing is that every cycle it gets worse, right? 2017 we had ICOs, probably better than 2021. We had many sketchy NFT projects, and this cycle apparently it's all about meme coins. And I'll say this up front: this isn't the talk where it says meme coins bad, don't touch them. Absolutely not. But out of curiosity, how many of you are holding a Bitcoin? Can you raise your hands? Okay, how many of you have traded a meme coin at some point in your life? Okay, almost half of the room. And how many of you have profited from a meme coin, even just slightly bit? Same. Okay, very interesting. I think this demonstrates the point. Meme coins do not per se mean financial nihilism, and I want to clearly demonstrate that point, but because I think it's subtle. The good case of meme coins, of course, is that, you know, it's about a good laugh, right? Like, it's about having fun. It's about getting creative with visuals. It's a fuck you to the status quo many times, or, as we saw with the recent elections, it's a commentary on the state of things. And many times these things actually come even above profit. There's some noise? Yes. Do you want to, should I replace this one? Okay, sounds good. Sorry for that. That will eliminate the noise we have. So yeah, so back to meme coins. So meme coins, the good case, right? So the good case is a lot more things rather than just profit. Many times it creates this sense of belonging and collective identity, connecting people across different backgrounds and geographies, right? And sometimes you even might make some money, as like, you know, clearly this like quick guerrilla survey that we just did here demonstrates. But unfortunately, I think that, you know, the use cases we've seen are still very few where that is what's happening. On the other side, the bad case, meme coins usually translate into hyper gambling, right? And many times, you know, they try to present these projects as fair games in comparison to, you know, every other Ponzi in crypto, right? But many times these games are actually rigged at their core, and they masquerading as fair. And, you know, we can even go further, right? Like, you know, I'm wondering many times, is this what community can be? But I don't want to make a moral judgment on that one. But, you know, fundamentally, many of these cases leave you with like more loneliness, more selfishness, and more trouble. And, you know, if you think about where we are, like you probably have seen this, you know, right now there's like a dominant investment thesis even about the meme coin super cycle. Right, and this is from a talk from an investor and trader called Murad Mahmudov, and he's making all sorts of really interesting points. If you haven't seen that, it's on YouTube. I highly recommend actually watching that talk, because he really touches on a lot of interesting points. I don't endorse or believe many of the things that he says, but I think it's a very interesting analysis of what's going on in that space and why that meme coin super cycle might be happening. And he's sharing all sorts of interesting reasons for that. He has a set of reasons that he calls the internal to the crypto industry, like, for instance, you know, every VC coin is launching in bazillion valuations, so of course, you know, meme coins appear to be a lot more fair, right? And things like that. But additionally, he has a lot of external reasons, which I find very interesting. And some of the things that he says is that, you know, you have accelerated prices of everyday goods, right? You have the fear of AI. AI is here to take your jobs. Go gamble, you know? You have, like, you know, wealth and income inequality, and many more things which all fundamentally lead down to this idea of, like, you know, crisis of meaning. And the thing that I start to think, especially as it appears that we're entering another bull cycle, is that if Murad is right and we are indeed entering in a meme coin super cycle, I don't think that, again, we're ready for this. We're just going to have another cycle like, you know, 2021, where we're going to suffer again to showcase what crypto could be beyond just a speculative use case. This is a belief from some of my friends at Fileverse that actually I think went quite viral a few weeks ago. We can remain cypherpunks longer than they can remain degens. I start to challenge that. I'm actually, you know, losing hope on this specific thing. In fact, what I see is that even in our own circles, I feel that, you know, the markets are absorbing us faster than we can provide an alternative. And I want to stay positive. So yeah, I've seen a lot of friends, you know, that went from, you know, interesting thinkers promising actually into like PvP sealers and yeah, YOLO, right? Yeah, something is problematic here. And we even keep telling ourselves even more funny stories about that stuff. It's great, we stress testing this infrastructure, right? Like, this infrastructure is so tested now because of all of those meme coins we've seen. And good examples will come. And many times I feel that the people that dropping the good examples will come keep pointing at Vitalik, basically redistributing many of the meme coins that people send to him, right? But that's not scalable. That's not sustainable. And of course, it's a wider phenomenon, not specific to our industry. So let's keep closing our eyes. So all of that makes me think that actually there are conflicting cultures in crypto. I think we are at this point in time. And there are many reasons for that, but I think it's important that we get to recognize that, and we as developers actually start to get a lot more strategic with regards to the type of messaging that we want to communicate. I think what's going on is actually described really nicely by Vitalik. This is one of his older posts, I think earlier this year or later in 2023, where what he tries to do is that he tries to outline the different actors within the crypto ecosystem and their motivations. And you see clearly here that you have the builders, right? Then you have the token holders and the DeFi users. This at the moment is heavily skewed towards, the degen vibes, that, the after number go up many times at the expense of a lot of other things. And then the interesting thing from that is that he has this box here, the pragmatic users. And I feel that this is almost the core of it. What has happened is that we have priced out all of those pragmatic users, right? Most of them, for a long time, they couldn't use Ethereum mainnet. So Ethereum mainnet was not for them. So what happens is that you left with the builders, and then you left with the degen. And I think, somewhere there's also a bit of a clash. So there's a lot more that, on the criticisms. I'm not going to go through all of them. This is another common one, Scammers Paradise. I'm a developer and still, worried to actually interact with many of those dApps. There's a lot more to that. There's like Ethereum as masquerading as decentralization. I don't believe that, but I think some of the trade-offs we made collectively in the past with regards to bringing this infrastructure to the world are now kind of biting us, plus many other things that actually are happening on the DAO space. But I want to leave at least a few minutes and give you some positive stuff, right? So what can we do about it? This isn't a talk that tries to depress you. So as I said before, I think this whole idea about financial nihilism goes down to a crisis of meaning. So I think fundamentally what we have to do is we have to actually give people something to believe in, and not just give them, show them the thing. It's not about talk anymore, right? Like we've been building for a while. So we need to show them actually what's possible. And I think, the foundation for that actually lies within cypherpunk and force culture, right? Again, cypherpunks actually believed in something. They believed in individual freedom, and they believed in empowering individuals in an increasingly authoritarian world, right? It wasn't about nothing, and it wasn't about hyper-speculation. In fact, most of them were actually highly skeptical about that, right? And I think Vitalik does a really good job of outlining values that we need to start again, go back to those roots and think about open and global participation. What is it that we have to say about that, right? Censorship resistance, auditability, credible neutrality, and a lot more. And most importantly, I think we need to stop this bullshit. I think we're educating people that degen equals cypherpunk, but it has nothing to do with each other. And I think it's important that, we call it out what it is. I'm not calling for any censorship. Absolutely no. Ethereum should remain neutral infrastructure. But I think we should also, start telling the story that we believe in. So I wanted to close with a few more ideas that actually we hear from builders, some of the positive stuff, some of the positive narratives. One of the most surprising things to me is that how powerful this idea still remains 8 years later. We talked to builders and they were like, oh, Ethereum, the world computer, that was exciting. But it didn't happen somehow, right? And I feel that we're actually quite close. This is from Gavin Wood's presentation back in the day about that. But back then, we described Ethereum as the stack of different technologies. And we're actually quite close to having many solutions there. We can think of Ethereum as a stack. We just need to tell that story. Same story. Ethereum as an alternative to big tech, that excites developers. I can tell you that people are super excited about that. But again, we're failing on them. Every solution we're building is kind of patched on AWS and Google Cloud and call it, right? But I think luckily some people start to organize, and I heard that yesterday. I wasn't here, but there was a massive Ethereum cypherpunk gathering. Now they're producing this great Ethereum cypherpunk starter kit, which actually starts to look like a stack, starts to look like a bunch of readings. It's a great starting point, and shout out to the Web3 privacy crew that is pushing all of that. I think it's more needed now than ever. And then finally, privacy. Globally, we are in peculiar, we're entering peculiar times. Privacy is more important now than ever. So yeah, I think we should have something to say about that, right? So finally some more ideas, smaller, but developer events should focus on our North Star. I think Devcon this year, they're doing a great job on that, so shout out to the organizers. I really feel that we're making progress on that. I really think that developer events should be more about show now, less tell. And I know that I'm giving you a tell today, but hey. Additionally, I think that we should have a lot more dogfooding. There's a lot of technology that we're building, but we actually, as the Ethereum community, we're not supporting that. We're going for the convenient solution. Maybe we should take these things a little bit more seriously. And then finally, we should set a higher technical standard with regards to our values and principles. And we should do all of those things while keeping Ethereum, the tech stack, as neutral infrastructure. That's all I had. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It was, super nice to hear your view of both cultures, and also kind of interesting to see how many sort of meme coin degens are amongst us. Are you one?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I'm sorry. I apologize. I was feeling really bad. I didn't put my hand up, but we make the excuses. Anyway, we go to the questions. So there's just one so far. I also have many, but if you want to add more, we have 4 minutes, so now's your chance. I think you touched on this a little bit in the talk, but one of the questions was, is it ethical to build apps that harness degen greed to fund public goods? Does the end justify the means?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. I'm not... I think making moral judgments is a tricky thing. So I think it's a question that the person that wrote it needs to answer it for themselves and then act accordingly. I believe in the values of Ethereum, and that's why in my presentation, actually, I continue to say that neutral infrastructure is the foundation for all of those things. But I think additionally now we need to act, and we need to be a lot more tactical with regards to our communications. So yeah, I don't have an answer for you. I think this is a personal answer that you, based on your morals, you need to answer.
I think you made a comment during the talk, actually, that I sort of latched onto that I liked, and this was about Vitalik donating meme coins or whatever, and you said it's not scalable. I think that can also apply here. It's like, okay, fine, you can build apps that you can degen on to fund public goods, but like probably only you are going to do that, or like you and the few friends around you. Like, so it's probably not so scalable. And then, by doing that, you sort of encourage this.
Yeah, no, totally. I think beyond what you say, and I agree with what you say, the other interesting thing that's happening is that it feels like the degen crowd is already looking elsewhere, right? There are competing blockchains, and many of them start to look elsewhere. The reason for that is that what Ethereum provides is quite different. Right? If you're all after like speed and SQL database and something that is hand-wavy, decentralized, well, maybe this is not the place. And I think for many of the meme coin, degen, the nihilists, not all of them again, as I communicate in my presentation, that might be a better place.
Good. Okay. So maybe we have another 2 minutes left. One of my kind of things is there is a bit of a push in this cypherpunk community and the FOSS mindset, and even within the privacy technologies, you start to see some projects or companies being a little bit criticized for not being fully open source or having some licensing or whatever. Do you see this as yeah, basically, like, why do you see the community sort of like becoming so strong now? Like, is it, yeah, was there a particular event, or, yeah, do you have anything to say about this, like, the good tech that you want to see, but maybe isn't fully fast as well? So
Yeah.
2 questions.
Yeah. The first part of your question, I think what's happening is that you have this increased monopolization of the internet, right? You have the cloud wars, and many of the conversations the open source community the last few years had with regards to licenses, is this open source, is this somehow open source, and all of that, they are a product of that thing, right? Basically what you have now is you have these aggressive players that actually go and deploy a service of your open source thing, and then the open source developers are left in a really weird position where they thought that they can make this sustainable, but now actually they clearly can't, because they're competing against some of the most well-financed companies on the planet. So I think that the answer to this is, again, new business models, new value flows for open source software and some of those technologies. And it continues to be one of the things that excites me the most about the space, right? Is this whole public goods funding space. I think we made some progress. I think, there's a lot more to be done there, but I think fundamentally it's about that. It's about actually providing an alternative to those developers versus actually having to make those many times questionable decisions with regards to licensing and yeah, make those funny moves, basically.
Well, I think we're right on time, but I think this is a nice point to end it on. And like, I think if anybody can actually, make the progress in the right direction, it's exactly this cypherpunk community who does have a bit of a, I don't know, like not nicer way of thinking. I'm showing my preferences now, but like, honest ways of thinking, maybe rational ways of thinking. So it feels like a much more progressive way of thinking to me. So it feels like this is where progress can be made. So anyway,
hopefully,
we thank the speaker again, and we take a 5-minute break before, or 3-minute break, sorry, before the next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
welcome back for the last session in the cypherpunk and privacy track. I feel like I'm actually getting into the MC thing after 3 hours. But yeah, we're getting going. So for the last session, we will have two speakers give us a bit of an overview about privacy and digital identity. And I think this is something that probably everyone in this room has thought about and has worried about at some point, because I think a lot of people, at least privacy conscious people, feel a little bit bad about Web3 in the sense that they lose privacy relative to Web2, and this feels kind of wrong. And then also at the same time, you have like all of your sort of activity tied to a particular identity, and this feels even wrong, worse, more wrong. So yeah, there's a lot to kind of reconcile there. And so yeah, I'm very curious to hear about yeah, privacy, digital identity, and how to avoid dystopia, basically. So yeah, give it up for these two speakers. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jordi Bailina, Sasha from Private ID. What's digital identity? To make it easy, digital identity is when you sign in to a page, actually you're using your digital identity. I mean, currently, digital identity is controlled by very few corporations, here Facebook, Twitter, and so on. Just a side note, here in the Web3, it's not even governed by governments. I mean, governments here could be a good allies to implement self-sovereign identity, because probably the governments, they don't want to give the identity to these big corporations. So it's it's fragmented. I mean, it's not very fragmented, but I mean, there is 4, 5, 6, 7 big corporations that holds most of the people's identity. And this fragmentation and other things that gives us a really bad UX. I mean, I'm sure that maybe not here, but in a lot of users has problems with passwords and managing passwords, managing connections, emails, and all this kind of digital identity. So when we go to Web3 and we are building dApps, actually we need identity too. I mean, we have the two exceptions. I mean, when you are transferring funds, maybe you don't need an identity. You just, well, you have some sort of identity, which is an account, but you don't really need identity. But if you want to do any other application, I don't know, voting, or you want to do, I mean, you want to connect to a DAO or something, you will need some sort of login. I mean, you need some sort of identity. So we need identity in the Web3. And when we go to identity in Web3, we may end up doing very much the same. I mean, if this is controlled by very few corporations, then what is happening is that it's even more fragmented, and the UX is even worse. Okay? So, and not only that, I mean, when we go to decentralized, there are other risks and other important things that are happening. Of course, we have the privacy thing. If we are publishing data, this data can be leakage easily, and there are a lot of challenges that we need to solve on that. So how this solution needs to be? Of course, it needs to be self-sovereign. I mean, it needs to be decentralized. Each one needs to hold their own identity, and you are kind of a server of your identity. I mean, you are the identity. The protocol, privacy needs to be by default and by design. I mean, privacy needs to be. Here is where zero knowledge is important. I mean, decentralized identity without zero knowledge is impossible to make. Here I want to do a note, and is that the zero knowledge technology has been evolved a lot. If you, in the last years, if you could just go back 3 years ago, it was difficult to build identity systems because you end up using your own cryptography, you end up using I mean, you had to do identity in a specific way so that you can apply zero knowledge. Currently, the zero knowledge technology, and thank you to all these layer 2s and all this evolution that happens in the last year, it's much more powerful, much more faster, and it's perfectly possible to use normal cryptography. That means that you can use current attestations. I mean, when the signatures of the governments, the signatures of the organizations that are already happening. So a lot of attestations, real attestations that are actually happening, you can use them in zero knowledge. So you can build this decentralized database of that attestation. It's a single database where everybody just share just have access to a small part of that, and then you can, it's a single source of truth, and then you can prove things around that. And finally, of course, this needs to be an open standard, simple standard. It will not come for big corporations. It will come from the roots. It will come from the, like TCP/IP. I mean, this needs to be something that should be simple. So as an example of how to connect this identity to this identity, so to these signatures, to these attestations that already happen in the world, I'm going to give the word to Sasha that will explain the work that we are doing in Privado ID. So, Sasha.
Thank you. Thank you, Jordi. So, yeah, what's Privado ID? Privado ID is a self-sovereign identity solution, but also it's a middleware. It's an infrastructure so that you are able to build your own applications that are that have identity, that can work on different chains, multiple devices, and it's based on industry standards. It's based on W3C, DADs, and verifiable credentials. So it's a interoperable system that you're able to use and build on top of it. And also it's powered by zero-knowledge proofs. So whenever you are using it, you're not sharing your actual data. You're sharing only proof that you're eligible to do something, like you're over 18 to purchase liquor in the store, yeah? Without providing whole document, without sharing your picture, without sharing the actual date of birth, your passport number, and so on. And key features that we have is that we are unifying this fragmented identity. We are bringing all different chains together. We are making it work on different multiple devices at the same time. And also, we are unifying Web 2 and Web 3 systems. So it's usable on the apps and on your regular applications, and also on like regular stores where you would go and buy things off-chain, offline. And very important that for many things, you need to do it only once. Like if you go and pass KYC, you would do it only once. Then your credentials, your data would be stored on your device under your control, and you would be sharing some pieces of it on request. You would be sharing just proofs, for example, that you're over 18, as I said, or maybe for some cases you would be selectively disclosing some data. Maybe it would be, for example, seat number in your ticket credential, let's say. Yeah, something like that. And we have two other very important features and very useful. One is privacy-preserving proof of uniqueness, and another, decentralized trustless issuance, where smart contract is issuing you credentials. So that's why it could be trustless in terms that you are not trusting any specific centralized authority to issue you credential. You can do it on-chain in a decentralized manner, but also it could be done in privacy-preserving manner. So how it's working, this proof of uniqueness that we have? It's based on credentials. It could be different kinds of credentials. It could be, biometrical data, yeah? But also, it could be like phone number or credential that you have from your employer, that you are employee. And then you can use it to do, for example, voting in a company anonymous survey without disclosing who you are and without doing your iris scan to prove that you're unique. Yeah? Employer already knows that you're unique. It can control this data and issue you credential, and then you are able to use it to prove uniqueness without disclosing who you actually are, and do specific action only once, like voting. And it's not only limited to by credential, so you can use it on a specific credential for specific use case, but also we have a special way to distinguish between different sessions, even inside one application. For example, if you're doing multiple votings or multiple surveys, then you can give a different context for the user, and nullifier, your unique identifier for this purpose, would be different between each session, so that you would be anonymous. You would not be. It would not be possible to track who is actually voting between these different sessions. And as I said, there's different use cases. You can use it even for nationwide voting. For example, it could be based on biometrical document, like Aadhaar card, and then you would prove that you're unique and you're eligible to vote and count this vote only once. And decentralized trustless issuance is a feature that allows you to do this in a privacy-preserving manner, so that even there is no centralized issuer that knows who you are, so that issuer would be able to track who is it acting and possibly de-anonymize you. So now I will show you how it works. And first demo is just a simple, very, very simple application where you are able to prove that your ownership of Ethereum address. So you would receive a credential that you are owner of Ethereum address. Thank you. So what you need to do is actually you're just authenticating to the system, and then you send a transaction, and that's it. Credential is issued. Data was already on chain, so nothing needs to be additionally proven. So it's very simple, and voila, you have a credential. In the same way, we can do balance credential, proof of ownership of NFT, or any data that is available on chain. And now I will show you a demo of how it works with Aadhaar card. So we have integration with a project by PEC, Anon Aadhaar. And big thanks to Yanis from Anon Aadhaar, who helped us and build a first proof of concept, and we are now iterating over it and improving to embed it into our solution. So what is happening now is that maybe some of you had interacted with Anon Aadhaar to get a cheaper ticket to Devcon. So you would essentially scan a QR code from Aadhaar, and this QR code leads to your data that is stored on government website that is fetched to you, and then zero knowledge circuit is running on your side and verifies that this data is correct, and issues your credential. So this credential, it's on your device. Actual data is not leaving your device. It's there. And zero-knowledge proof is generated on your device, not on some server or issuer software. And yeah, and that's how it works. So you receive a credential. Initial generation takes a bit more time, but later you can use it very quickly and easily. And that's how you can create a query to this credential and use it for example, for voting. Yeah. So in this example, I'm creating a request to prove that you're over 18 and that you are a unique person based on a non-Aadhaar credential. I need to fill a few fields, including identifier of the issuer, and then we see wallet interface. So previously I was showing you mobile wallet interface, and right now, just because we have a multi-device experience, if you have created your wallet with the same Ethereum address, then you can use it on mobile, but also in the web. So you are generating proof based on that credentials that you have received, and voila, you proved that you are over 18 and that you are a unique user based on your anonymous Aadhaar credential. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us a tour of digital identity. I'll get you to stand over here and we can go into the Q&A. So there were quite a few questions. So we can take a look at them here. So with selective disclosure, how do you prevent abuses from services asking you to share all your data even if they don't need everything? So like I think the example with the passport is a nice one. Why not just say like, okay, so what's your passport number and your date of birth and your first name and your last name and the code, everything like this. So how do you prevent this?
This is more a challenge of UI than actually technical. All the data is yours. So at the end, because you are holding the data, here is you are going to give the data only if they ask to you. Here is more about the wallet. And so you hold data, and it's about the UI that ensures that, so that interprets the query that they are doing and tells very clear to the user exactly what information they are giving. Here again, this is not easy. It's a UI UX challenge. Here, of course, a lot of social hacking can be, and that's something that's relatively new, because we are users, we are not used to hold data in general, and but this is something that here UI, it's a lot of work here in Privado ID with developing the wallet. We have been working really hard on this front, and I tell you that's not easy. But there are ways that a lot of things that can be improved, and there are ways to do this thing.
Maybe you can warn the users, like you're about to leak everything if you allow this. Cool. So another question: if we want to apply this at organization level, can we have shared verifiable credentials among multiple organization members?
Right now, we do not support identities for organizations, but we are working on this. We have a few ideas how to implement this, and that would be in future releases, yes.
Nice.
Yeah, but what's clear is that, and this is the thing, the identity is one, and then can be many organizations that can do claims on your same identity. And the other thing is, this is the way to go. So it's like, can have like many claims working in your identity. Even you as an entity, you can do even claims, which is something that in the legacy world doesn't even used to happen. Yeah. But there is a lot of things. I mean, all the interactions that the humans are doing, say serious interactions, they can be converted to a claim. I mean, anything that you are doing, you are accessing to a web page, you can have a claim on that. I mean, everything can be converted to a claim, and then you can prove, you can use that to prove something. Or you can put that in a database and do a query on this database, and you can prove that, I don't know, you accessed 10 times this web page in the last month, and you can do these things like that.
Yeah, I have different like tokens and things. I mean, they do this sometimes. So how does it work if I lose access to the keys? Can I export them?
Yeah, basically you need to back up your keys, yes. But what we are trying to solve right now is to be able to onboard Web 2 users, we need something that is not key-based. Like we need a social login or this kind of login systems to work with your identity. And we are working on enabling users to control their identity with regular existing Web 2 login systems, yes.
It is important to mention that self-sovereign means that you are holding your keys. Okay? Maybe you want to delegate this keeping to somebody else, but the first thing is that you should be able to choose. That's the first thing. Okay, so that's that would say the first condition. But even that here requires a lot of education. But it's very much like holding the keys of your Ethereum wallet. I mean, you need to be responsible. So here there is a lot of usage learnings in there. Social recovery is the other point, which is also an interesting topic. Yeah, but this is the way to go is in that direction.
Yeah, so I also saw some other, like ZK email and things like this are doing the account recovery and all sorts of interesting privacy-preserving-ish ways of doing. Maybe you don't do it for like your millions of Bitcoin that you hold, but like for other accounts, I think it can be good. We still have another minute or two, so we can go through another question if you're happy to. How does it work? Oh, sorry. So how does it compare to World ID? Does it also use Semaphore?
It's different. We are not using Semaphore, but it's also based on Merkle trees. Just like Semaphore is a Merkle tree, essentially, but we are using it a bit differently. And yeah, I think the biggest difference is that compared to World ID, we have many issuers. We support all EVM chains natively. You just need to deploy a smart contract and then you would be able to verify proofs. And we have all different kinds of credentials, not only your iris data that somehow is stored on their side and then you have a credential that, yeah.
I think this is a super interesting point, especially for like the cypherpunk crowd, who are the type of community, I think, who does like to reason between these different types of, because I think it's quite important point actually that, yeah, there are multiple issuers and like, I mean, like there are different ways to do things and like which is good for your application or another, and it's, yeah, it's good.
Semaphore is a good example of these legacy days where you need to use a specific cryptography to do identity. The cool thing now is that you can connect to Semaphore, for example. I mean, of course, you need to implement it, and maybe it's not worthy, but you can connect to Semaphore the same way that you can connect to the government provider or a passport or an email from someplace or even, I mean, you can connect to different sources of attestations, including Semaphore. I mean, it's not an exception, in order to have a claim, in order to use this claim, in order to build a proof that you want to prove something. You could prove that you have some account in Semaphore and maybe a government ID, and you can put that in the same circuit. And this is this is possible thanks to zero knowledge, and this is what it's happening right now.
I love it. Very cool. Well, that's all we've got time for. But yeah, thank you for being the final talk in the Cypherpunk and Privacy session today. Thank you very much again. If you'd like to thank the speakers. Thank you. Yeah, that's it for us. So we have a 5-minute break now to do a bit of a switchover. We'll come back at 4:30. I've lost track of whatever hour it is. We'll be back at 4:30 with the Applied Crypto track. See you in a few minutes. Thank you. welcome back to the last session of the day, which is on applied crypto. I'm super excited to see what's going on. So after the last session, if anyone of you is still there, we had privacy and cypherpunk for the last few hours. And we talked a lot about how maybe it's not so necessary to actually fully understand all the crypto, because there's like a whole bunch of stuff around the crypto that you need to do to make privacy apps and things like that. But I think if you do want to really kind of think about privacy apps and reason about them and reason about the security and the type of things that you're trying to build, it is important to know some cryptography. So I think we're in for a treat where we can get a little introduction, a beginner's view of cryptography, old and new, with Ying-Tong and Tyler. So thank you very much. Give them a round of applause, and scan the QR codes, ask lots of questions, upvote them, and yeah, I'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome. Thank you.
Hey, I'm Tyler. I go by @HeartEngineer on the internet, and this is Ying Tong. So I'm an engineer, she's a cryptographer, so we're gonna kind of go back and forth between the mathematical view and then like the layman's explanations for a lot of introductory cryptography. So cryptography really is kind of a blend of art and science, and it's the art and science of secrets. All right, yep, this one's you.
Yeah, and oftentimes we think of the purpose of a cryptographic system in terms of these three properties, CIA. So firstly, confidentiality, the property of keeping your messages secret and ensuring that they're only ever read by their intended recipient. Integrity, being assured that the message at the time of reading has not been tampered with from the time of sending. And authenticity, that the message was indeed sent by the expected sender and not forged by someone else. So a cryptographic system should provide assurance of these three properties.
So this really comes down to you basically have these puzzles that are very easy to solve if you have the right key and very hard to solve if you don't have the key. There's a little note at the bottom. There's a lot of nuance here. This is very hand-wavy. You're going to hang out on this side? Okay. But yeah, so easy to solve with a key. If you don't have the key, very, very hard. So the topics we're going to go over are hashing, encryption, signing, and what we're now calling programmable cryptography, which is ZK, MPC, and FHE.
And you can kind of think of this breakdown as corresponding to the three properties that we discussed just now. So hashing is a primitive that's often used to provide integrity, assurances of integrity. Encryption helps us to preserve confidentiality, and signing is a way to provide authenticity. And these three former primitives and protocols are what we consider first-generation cryptography in the sense that they're purpose-built for a specific protocol. In the rest of Devcon, on the applied cryptography track, you're going to hear a lot more about programmable cryptography, which usually involve more heavyweight and more general-purpose protocols.
All right, so hashing is a one-way function that basically gives you a fingerprint of some data. You can think of this as just this magic machine that you put data in one side and then that fingerprint comes out the other side. So this is an example of what that machine looks like, which is pretty gnarly, but essentially it comes down to you put in, for example, a password, it gets hashed, and then some fingerprint comes out the other side. Yeah. A good analogy for this is like blending fruits in a blender, right? Like you can't get the fruits back out, but you have a consistent like color, right? If you add just bananas in, you're going to get the same color basically every time. So unique input, unique output, these are always fixed length. So that's to stop certain types of attacks where you can try to like infer what kind of data went in. And you can see, so hi, hell, help, and hello, like they have very similar letters, but they're totally different fingerprints. You want to talk about this?
Yeah, so we've put in sort of snippets of the relevant Devcon talks throughout our slides to help you orient. And actually, oh, this talk already happened, but it was an example of how you can build a general purpose proof system just using a hash function as a primitive. So you can go back and watch this talk. You can do a lot with hash functions.
Cool. So a common reason that hash functions are used is passwords. But as you can see, if two users have the same password, they have the same password hash, right? So this allows an attack called a rainbow table attack. Basically, you just hash like all common passwords, and then now you have this known fingerprint, and you can use that to attack people's passwords. But there's this thing called assault you can add, which is essentially just tacking a random string that's specific to each user to the end of the password and then hashing it. Now you have a unique fingerprint for every password hash. So this is just like a example of how hashing is used very commonly. So pretty much every popular website that has logins uses bcrypt with per user salts. Like this is a pretty common technique. All right, this is all you.
Yeah, and I think hash functions are a great introduction as a cryptographic primitive because they seem very simple. The API is really straightforward, but a cryptographic hash function actually has to fulfill a few properties. So we won't go over them in detail, but I think I put this in to highlight also that there exist non-cryptographic hash functions, so that are way more efficient than cryptographic hash functions and that are suitable for use cases such as hash tables, which are not sort of high security. So in hash tables, for instance, we don't need the collision resistance property. In fact, in hash tables, we have many techniques to handle collisions, buckets. And at the same time, cryptographic security of a hash function is, I think, literally defined as for how long has this hash function remained unbroken for. And that's where the art of cryptography comes in, cryptanalysis, security analysis, and reasoning about the cryptographic security of a certain primitive. So yeah, hash functions we chose to as an introductory primitive, just to give you a taste of what they can be used for, how we reason about them. Yeah, another very common use case is in Merkle trees. I'm sure we're all familiar. It's used in Git to produce unique digests of a repository. It's used in blockchains to produce cryptographically linked headers from block to block. For instance, in the Ethereum state. Yeah.
All right, so now we're going to go over encryption real quick. So one of the original encryption algorithms that were used is called a Caesar cipher, and it's terrible. But basically, you take the alphabet and you shift it by some number. And let's say if we want to write hello, you're going to identify those letters and then basically just translate to the new code, right? And if you want to reverse it, you basically just shift it the other way, and then you get the original message back out. This is 4.6 bits of security, so basically 26 letters minus 1, and it's terrible. We have much, much better techniques nowadays. So symmetric key encryption, which is basically what a Caesar cipher is, a type of symmetric key encryption. but it's when all the parties that are participating have the same key, right? So use the same key to encrypt and decrypt. There's no authentication, so you don't know who encrypted the message, and basically anyone with a key can decrypt it, but it is fast, and it's used very commonly with like data at rest or TLS, stuff like that, stuff where you need like high bandwidth. Common example is AES for like an actual algorithm that's used. Oh. All right, so yeah, secret key, plain text to go in, you get some ciphertext out. To decrypt, you put in a secret key in your ciphertext, you have a decrypt function, and then you get your plain text back out. All right.
Yeah, and yeah, so symmetric encryption is suitable for when both parties are able to establish a common shared secret and to use it both to encrypt and to decrypt. But in many use cases, we want the ability to, say, asynchronously and non-interactively encrypt a message to a recipient. And in this case, asymmetric encryption comes in really handy because all you need to know is the public key of your recipient, and they can decrypt the message at any time they want without your help. So we put the API here. I think what's important to note that's different from symmetric encryption is that the encryption and decryption keys are different. And in particular, when we encrypt, we don't need any privileged information. And when we decrypt, we need a private key that should absolutely stay secret. So a very closely related primitive in public key cryptography is signatures. And you can think of a signature as a sort of watermark. So the API here changes slightly. In this case, we're using a private key to sign a message and using the public key to verify that it was indeed signed by who we expected. So it's really interesting. For example, like the same crypto system, RSA, can be used for both encryption and signing, and oftentimes, well, and it just involves flipping actually which key you use. So I think something to note here is that let's say in RSA to verify a signature, you actually decrypt it using one of the RSA key pairs, and this means that anyone can read the signed message. So it does not give you the same properties of confidentiality, but it does give you authenticity. And you can look out for, this talk already ended, but in Ethereum, they're currently using a signature scheme that is not post-quantum secure, and they're actively thinking about how to transition to post-quantum.
Yep. So a common paradigm in like email, for example, is used use signing and encryption, right? So you want to be able to prove that you're the one that created the message, and you only want the recipient to be able to read it. So in order to do this, you would put in your private key in a message, you would sign the message, and you would take that signed message, take the other party's public key, and encrypt the message, and then send it to them. So they can take that, decrypt it, and then also verify that you are the sender. All right, so HTTPS, everyone knows what this is. It's a little green lock. You know, make sure you have a secure connection to the server. This is a little hand wavy, but the general explanation is if you connect to a server, you do this key exchange. It's called Diffie-Hellman, which I'll go into in the next slide, and you get out a symmetric key, right? So public key cryptography is slow compared to symmetric key. So yeah, basically to make web pages load faster, you would do this Diffie-Hellman key exchange and then get out a symmetric key that only you and the server know, and then from there on you can do faster messages. So the way this works is you start with some shared paint, right? Some shared colors. And this is the paint analogy for Diffie-Hellman. But you start with some shared paint, and then you each have some secret color, and you combine those to create these two inputs. You exchange the inputs, you add back in your secrets, and then you end up with the same paint color on either side, but no one in the middle could know what your secrets are.
Yeah, so we went through hashing, encryption, and signatures. And we were considering these to be sort of generation 1 purpose-built cryptography that are really lightweight and just do their task really well. What's been emerging and what you'll see a lot of at Devcon is programmable cryptography. So these include zero-knowledge proofs, multi-party computation, and fully homomorphic encryption. And these protocols are a lot more heavyweight in the sense that they involve, usually, lots more assumptions, security assumptions. But on the other hand, they're a lot more general purpose in the sense that the end user is free to define any arbitrary relation. They're not limited to, say, signatures, encryption. And in that sense, this class of primitives are programmable. Yeah, I think these talks happened already. But introductions to this paradigm of programmable cryptography. So we'll quickly go through the 3 categories. Maybe the most popular one is zero knowledge.
Yeah, that's great. So essentially, zero knowledge, ZK, is a way for a prover to prove some statement to somebody else and they can verify it. So for example, you can have your picture and then some private data, your age or your date of birth or whatever, go into some CKP, and then out comes a hash of your photo and then basically a thumbs up that you're like over 21 or whatever. So you need that hash of your photo to make sure that someone can actually authenticate that it's you. They can see the image, make sure that it corresponds with your age, and yeah, you can prove you're over 21 without showing your license or your passport or whatever.
Yeah, so the over 21 relation is just one example of a relation that you can prove in zero knowledge. The point here being that this is an arbitrary user-defined relation. And as Tyler said, the prover can keep their secret witness unknown to the verifier and yet still convince the verifier that it satisfies the relation and corresponds to a certain agreed upon and publicly known output. So another interesting property of many zero-knowledge proof systems is succinctness. And what this means is that the prover's communication is much smaller than the size of the relation that he proved. And this comes in handy in ZK rollups, which I think many of us have heard about, whereby we outsource very heavy computation to some well-resourced machine, off-chain, and then simply submit a very small proof of its validity on-chain. The point here being that verifying the computation is a lot cheaper, and we don't have to pay that much gas for it. There's also many other sort of developments in zero-knowledge proof systems. So I think Yusuf actually will talk about elliptic curves and Snarks right after us. And many more exciting examples of applications that use ZK. I think Privado right before us, for example. So now, if we sort of, if we introduce this setting where the witness is no longer held by a single party, namely the prover, and we move to consider like multiple parties working together to compute a relation. This would bring us into MPC, multi-party computation. And this is a superset of zero knowledge. So it is a way for multiple parties to jointly compute a function over secret inputs. So yeah, I put this visual here to show that, well, once again, we have an arbitrary function, but what's changed is that the witness, the secret input, is now split across multiple parties. And we can actually combine multi-party computation with zero knowledge proofs and get publicly auditable MPC. So we can have both an MPC and a succinct certificate that the MPC was done correctly. And you can, yeah, we actually have a bunch of MPC talks at this conference. So yeah, this ZK MPC is what I was talking about, publicly auditable MPC.
Yeah, so this is a project that our colleague Andrew wrote. So it's a game where you can play a modified version of rock, paper, scissors over MPC. So only you and the person you're playing with are like actually participating. There's no like intermediate party, and you can trust that each other aren't cheating. So fun game.
Yeah, and these are some other applications of MPC that you can hear about. So the final sort of, I think the most heavyweight primitive in programmable cryptography is fully homomorphic encryption. And the API of this looks pretty different. So in this case, the holder of the secret data encrypts it homomorphically. So it transforms it into this sort of ciphertext that preserves the privacy of the data, but also preserves the structure of it such that any party can transform it according to any arbitrary function. So once again, this is fully programmable, but all the work is kind of outsourced to this arbitrary third party. So this third party performs an arbitrary computation and then returns. So this third party is working completely blindly and ends up only with a ciphertext form of the output. And the point here is that only the holder of the secret key is able to decrypt the output to some sensible plaintext. And yeah, there's actually been a bunch of cool experiments using FHE by Cursive. So you can check that out. No, yeah, that's already over as well. So yeah, I think that's all we have. And do we have time for questions?
Questions?
Thank you. First, maybe give a round of applause to the speakers for a very nice overview of cryptography. So it's a little bit over time, so we have maybe time for one question, but I think one that came in very early and was upvoted a lot very quickly was, what are some good resources to dive deeper into formal cryptography as someone with no prior experience?
So there is a elliptic curve cryptography primer by Cloudflare that I would recommend. It's a little long, but it's very understandable. Like you can get through that pretty well. 3 Blue 1 Brown did a video on how Bitcoin works that he dives deep, and it's like 20 minutes, and he goes over hashing and signing pretty deeply. And yeah, I mean, I think those are probably 2 good options.
Oh, also, there's this legendary cryptographer, Dan Bonnet, who's done a bunch of open courseware courses with like videos and course materials. I think it's on Coursera, actually. So I highly, highly recommend that one.
Cool. And maybe watching back the talks that you linked as well. So watching the videos back. Very nice. So I think we're at time. We have a few minutes to switch over for the next session. But yeah, we'd like to thank the speakers again, and we see you soon. So we'll be back in 4 minutes, but I was just advised to say there's quite a lot of cans and stuff left around the room. If you don't mind to just try and keep things a little bit tidy. Thanks very much. See you in 4 minutes. Welcome back for the next session in the Applied Crypto track. So I think we take a little bit of a tour, a step beyond where we were in the last talk, and we kind of zoom in on one of the topics that was mentioned, so in zero knowledge. So yeah, we'll zoom in to zero knowledge and Snarks in particular, and get a view of what had happened in the past and what has happened in the future. So if you would like to give a round of applause, we welcome the speaker. Thank you.
Hi everyone. My name is Yusuf. Yeah, so I'm a cryptographer at Consensus, working on GNOC, the ZK Snark library, and Linear, the ZK EVM. And today, I'm going to talk about elliptic curves and Snarks. So I have two problems in my life. One, getting my wife to choose a restaurant, difficult one. And two, Ethereum supports only BN254 precompiled. So today I'm going to talk about the second problem, because the first one, we need more time, right? So what are these BN254 precompiled? So BN254 is an elliptic curve. So it is this mathematical object on which we can do some sort of cryptography. And mainly these three operations that we call precompiled, so they are like native smart contract in Ethereum. So you can do addition, like take 2 points and add them, have a third point. And you can do scalar multiplication, which is if you multiply a scalar by a point, so you get another point, which is like adding the points n times to itself, and the scalar. And pairing product check, where you have some bilinear map, it takes points on elliptic curves, output them on some line, some extension field, and multiplies these and check if it is one. So I'm not going to talk in details about these operations, but you can look at the illustrations and pretend you got it. So what is most important is what is it useful for. So it is useful for doing Snark verification on Ethereum, doing BLS signature verification on Ethereum, like doing some polynomial commitment like KZG verification on Ethereum, and some Verkle trees, at least with what we have for now. And so we've talked about BN254 as an elliptic curve, but there are so many elliptic curves in the wild, and what I'm trying to explain today is why there isn't like a single silver bullet curve to rule them all. So you might have heard of BLS 12381, SECP 256, so used for ECDSA signature on Ethereum. If you change a letter, you have another curve. You might have heard of ED 25519, some 2 chains, some cycles like Pasta, Twiddle, some fancier names like Jub, Bandersnatch, Gramkin, and some new names like Lollipops. Yeah, so many names. So what I want to start with is some definitions of what is past, present, and future, right? So past are curves that have been used in Snarks, but not anymore. Present, curves that are still being used in Snarks today. And future is curves that already exist in the wild, but not used in Snarks just yet. So if we follow this scalar scheme, then yeah. So we have some green ones in the past, like MNTs or Twiddle cycles, some blue, like BLS or 2 chains, and some future purple, like Lollipops. And yeah, we see that BN is half blue, half green. That is because it is still used in Ethereum, but it's not secure anymore, or at least it doesn't have the targeted security. So to organize this mess, I propose to categorize it into 3 columns. So I'm calling non-pairing friendly curves, pairing friendly curves, and in-circuit curves. So again, these precompiles, I talked about pairings, but not all the elliptic curves are equipped with pairings, or at least not efficiently. And if your Snark doesn't need pairings, so you can use the curves in the first column. If your Snark needs pairings, then you need curves on the second column. And in-circuit curves are this kind of curves that were built in purpose to do some computations over the Snark. Not to do the Snark, but just, I don't know, you want to prove some signature with a Snark, then maybe building an efficient elliptic curve would help you. So if we take a closer look to the first column, so we have, for example, Snarks like Bulletproofs or Halo or Nova. They can use the curves from the first column. But then the question is why there isn't like a single curve. Well, it depends on what you want. If you want performance, then maybe ED25519 is the best curve. If you want standard, maybe the next curve. If you're scared of NIST, maybe you choose another standard like Bitcoin or Ethereum curve, like SECP. If you want a recursion, that is, you want to do a proof of a proof, then maybe you can use SECU if you want compatibility with SECP. If you do not care about compatibility, you just want performance, then Twiddle. If you want more performance, then Pasta. If you want hybrid recursion, that is a Snark from the first column and a Snark in the second column, then maybe Pluto Aries or Gramkin, BN if you want compatibility with Ethereum. What about the second column? So the second column is for Snarks that are pairing based. Those are like God16 or anything that is based on KZG, like Plonk for instance. So you can use any curve in the second column. And then again, why there isn't a single curve? If you want Ethereum compatibility, then BN. If you want performance, BLS12. If you want one recursion, that is a proof of a proof, maybe you want to use two chains. If you want infinite recursion with pairing base, so you have stuck with MNTs, but these are slow, either slow or unsecure. If you want some hybrid recursion, then you can also have other propositions here. So the last column is, so for example, if you want to prove some signatures like EDDSA or ECDSA or some specific hashes on elliptic curves or some vertical trees, then you can choose from this third column. But then again, if you want just elliptic curve cryptography, you might want to use job. If you want faster elliptic curve cryptography, maybe Bandersnatch. If you want pairing-based cryptography, then you need, for example, two chains or cycles, then BW6 or MNT, either you want one recursion or infinite recursion. If you want to mix things and make them succinctness, maybe the lollipops. If you want to make them compatible with BN, then maybe Gramkin. So this is why we do not have like a single elliptic curve. But on Ethereum, we have a single elliptic curve. So what I want to talk about next is the story so far. So Goldwasser, Micali, and Rakov, they invented zero-knowledge proofs, and there have been a lot of papers, both on the practical side and the theoretical side since. Yeah, a lot. But what I want to focus on is pairing-based Snarks, because those constructions, they were based on different assumptions, and even those that were based on elliptic curves, we didn't care about which elliptic curves, because we can take anyone. But starting with pairing-based, we started constructing elliptic curves in purpose for Snarks. And for me, the turning point was this paper by Bonego and Nissim. It has nothing to do with Snarks. It is a doubly homomorphic encryption scheme. That is, you can do any additions you want on the ciphertext and a single multiplication on the ciphertext, but it wasn't practical. And this is because for the decryption, we needed to solve a discrete logarithm problem. So not practical. But fortunately, so researchers like Gortz, Ostrovsky, and Sahai, between 2006 until 2010, they built on top of this idea of doubly homomorphic encryption, because they said, well, it's not practical, but maybe in ZKPs we do not need to do decryption, we just need some sort of a commitment. Then maybe we can ditch decryption and we can have zero-knowledge proofs. And they did this. But we didn't have implementation at that point. And the turning point implementation-wise was this paper by Gennaro et al. They proposed insightful constructions for polynomial commitments, and mixing this with the pairing-based papers, pairing-based Snarks papers, well, we started having implementation. And the first implementation I'm aware of is this paper called Pinocchio. And when I looked at the code, it was proprietary, still now. But they used a BN256 curve from another paper in 2010 by Nariga et al. And it had a 128-bit security at that time and 2-adicity5. So the term was not coined to adicity at that time, but it just means, for now, like, let's say, a performance metric. A few months later, there was this paper, Parney, where they implemented BST style license Pinocchio with another elliptic curve, BN254, from another paper in 2010. And it has a 2-adicity45 at that time, even if we didn't know about what is 2-adicity is for. So same year, so Bensasson, Chiesa, and others, they implemented Pinocchio, a variant, and they used a very specific elliptic curve that I'm calling GMV6183. It is due to a paper to Galbraith, Mackey, and Valença, and the implementation is still there today in libFF. It has a 2-adicity31. The 2-adicity notion was introduced in this paper, but it had a security 80 bits. So it is like, for those who know, it's just like an MNT curve, but with a cofactor equal to 4, so that they have like a twisted Edward form. So next year, pretty much the same authors, they proposed the BN, the famous BN254 curve, the curve that we are using today in Ethereum. And what they wanted is a 2-adicity term. I mean, BN curves were used in pairing-based cryptography, but in Snarks, they wanted a 2-adicity. So they constructed this curve with 2-adicity28. But my question is, why didn't you use the curve from Pantry, which has already a 45 2-adicity, and both on the prime field, the base field, and the scalar field? And yeah, I mean, implementation-wise, the one that we have today in Ethereum is ugly, especially when you construct the tower. And this one was pretty much simple. But yeah, pairings were used in cryptography. And so the researchers have been working on the cryptanalysis of pairing, but the turning point cryptanalysis-wise was this paper by Kim and Barbulescu. So they found a new complexity for solving this discrete logarithm problem over extension field. But to give proper credit, it was this paper in 2016, same year, by Meneses, Sarkar, and Singh, where they analyzed the conclusion, the impact of this Kim and Barbulescu paper on the choice of elliptic curves. And in their conclusion, they proposed using BLS12 curve. And for the record, BLS12, there were curves from 2001 and BN from 2005. And few people cared about BLS12 because of BN, but because of this paper, we came back to BLS12. And I believe based on that, folks at Zcash, especially Shenbo, they proposed the famous BLS12 381 that we're going to have now in Pectra upgrade in Ethereum. Now, if you want like recursion, you need two curves. This is what we call two-cycle. So you need two curves because to express things efficiently in recursion, you need the curves to share some parameters. And it was this famous paper, Scalable Zero-Knowledge via Cycles of Elliptic Curves, by Ben Sasson et al., that proposed the first practical setting for recursion, and they devised the MNT 4289 and 298 and to MNT 6298. It has low security, big to-adicity, and they also found another cycle, but they updated the paper only in 2020 on ePrint. 20 years later, 6 years later, I'm sorry. But they shared the code with, they shared the parameters with Coda folks, now Mina, and Mina used this at some point. So it is a paper from 2001, the construction of the elliptic curve, due to Miyagi, Nakabayashi, and Takano. But just to give proper credit again, so it was a paper of 2008 by Karabina and Teske who established for the first time that MNT4 and MNT6 form a two-cycle. And yeah, so because of security, we need big parameters, and it was Orgevik who gave, I think, the biggest one so far of size 992. So it is not practical. I mean, it's slow, but yeah, for research, it's there. But the two-adicity is small, and it's very difficult to find a higher security with higher adicity MNT cycles. But I think 2 weeks ago, Costello and Corpal, they proposed this paper, Lollipops of Pairing-Friendly Elliptic Curves, and they solved the problem of higher two-adicity for MNT cycles. And the idea was pretty much clever. They took the MNT cycles. I mean, the problem with MNT cycles is like you need to solve this generalized Pell equation, and to increase your search space, you need to increase the some discriminant, and the bigger the discriminant, the harder it is to find the curves. Let's put it like this. And what they did is like they took MNTs and they used some super singular elliptic curves with some other algorithm called Broker, and it works, but it is still slow, so it's not practical. And also Santos, Costello, and Naik, they looked at cycles of pairing-friendly, not elliptic curves, but curves in general. So, and they proposed some mix of elliptic curves, ordinary, super singular, and also some hyper-elliptic curves. So it is as slow as MNT, as far as I can tell, and also it is still early research. So implementation-wise, it's going to be difficult to do like this a billion varieties implementations efficiently. Now, if you want just recursion, but not infinite recursion, you just need to do a proof of a proof, maybe just for aggregation, you need two chains. So there is this famous paper called Zexi. They introduced this curve called BLS2F377, which is used, I think, in Aleo and in Celo, others blockchains, and some Cox-Pinch 6 curve in, I think, 2020 on ePrint at least. And same year, we proposed another, so with the Orgilvik, another BW6 curve that was more efficient, and we generalized this to some other, to any elliptic curve and families, but it was just research. Implementation-wise, these two curves are like BLS12 and the BW6 are the most efficient nowadays for two chains. But it wasn't Zexi that introduced the notion of two chains. It was 5 years ago, but hidden in some appendix of the paper Geppetto. So they used the same BN254 curve from Pinocchio, and they built on top of it a BW6 curve given the rise to the first implementation of 2Chain. Yeah, but it was hidden in some appendix. Now, if you want to do a recursion without pairing-friendly snarks, you just need a recursion of some other snarks that do not need pairings, then you can use plain cycles. So in the Halo paper, they introduced the Tweedledum Tweedledee 2 cycle, and then they replaced it with Pasta, which is more efficient, and it is used now in Halo 2 implementation. It is used in folding schemes like in the Sonobe implementation. But it was a year before that at least I've seen a 2 cycle in the zero knowledge setting. It was proposed in this website by Andrew Polstra, and it is the SecP-SecU curve, and in his mail he gave the parameters. So for me it was the first one in the zero knowledge setting. But research-wise, it was in 2011, it was called Amicable Pairs and the Aliquot Cycles, and the Halo paper cites this one, actually. But actually, I was able to find an implementation of plain 2 cycles back to 2007 in a different context for primality testing. Like when you test primes, you can test them with elliptic curves. And it was François Morin in his implementation here, where he was discarding these plain cycles because they were bad for primality testing. And the same year, the definition was formalized in this paper by B. Mihailescu. It's called dual elliptic primes. So dual elliptic primes, amicable pairs, aliquot cycles, and plain cycles, they are all the same thing. And I think 2 months ago, no, this summer, I mean this year, so Antoine Jou and others, they looked at elliptic curves that form cycle from a mathematical point of view, and they're calling it elliptic curves over hash pairs. So all of these the same thing. And if you want to mix then snark-based, pairing-based snarks and non-pairing-based snarks, you can use hybrid 2 cycles. So one of them is proposed by Daira Hoput from Zcash. So this is the one. And actually, I was able to find another implementation with BN381 in Mina protocol by Zach Meckler, but I don't think it was used anywhere. It was just experimental. And then if you want compatibility with Ethereum, so Aztec proposed the Gramkin curve that is compatible with BN254 from Ethereum. But actually, I mean, you can take any prime order pairing-friendly elliptic curves, and by definition, you can construct a hybrid cycle. And if you want to merge all of these, like you want to do a cycle and a 2-chain, so we call it lollipops, like you can have a cycle and then a stick. It can be pairing-friendly, it can be non-pairing-friendly, it depends on your use. But together with Antonio Sanso from EF, we proposed a way to build families of, like, when you have a pairing-friendly elliptic curve, and on top of it, you can have a plain cycle. And then, I think, a couple of days after our paper, Gilvig generalized our idea with some other families of curves like KSS. And then, I think, 1 week ago, on ePrint at least, Aurore and Simon Masson, they proposed an even more general way to construct those lollipops without with fixing the curve. Before we couldn't fix the curve, we had to construct all the curves together, but they were able to construct it on, for example, BLSW 381, for instance. And yeah, then lollipops, they found another way to do the lollipops with all the curves being pairing-friendly. It wasn't possible at this point, but they did it with super singular elliptic curves, which are defined over extensions, so make things a bit more slow. Yeah, that's it for me. So many information, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm here. Very nice, good overview, covered a lot of stuff. There's a few questions, I think two, one that kind of leads into the other, so maybe I can read out to you. Yeah, so, yeah, I think one that was asked even before the talk started, so I think you have a fan who's wondering, what is the future of curve-based snarks compared to hash-based snarks?
I was expecting this question, by the way. I mean, yeah, hash-based snarks, they are fast because you can construct them over smaller fields, so you can speed up things. But I still believe that curve-based snarks, they come with succinctness, so there is like a place for both. And today we see that, for example, for ZK VMs or ZK EVMs, they do a lot of Stark proving, so hash-based snarks, but then at the end of the day, they compose it or they wrap it with a curve-based snark so that they can get Ethereum compatibility one and they can get succinctness, which is like proofs are small. So I believe both are to stay.
Good. So do you think recursive snark into Stark might present an interest to be post-quantum? Here, Snark cannot be simulated by post-quantum computer. How Snark and Stark benchmarks?
Okay, so let me try to understand the question.
Yeah.
So I think, yes, Snarks, if we're saying that Snarks are based on curves, which is not really the case, but I understand it like this. Well, if it is based on curves, it's not post-quantum. Starks, well, if they are based on hashes, they are plausibly post-quantum. Composing both means that the protocol is not post-quantum. But yeah, if you want post-quantum resistance, then definitely anything that is hash-based. I mean, yeah, we can also talk about isogenies, because these are like curves-based. These are post-quantum, but I'm not aware of any isogeny-based snarks yet.
And so I think then the last part of the question, how do they sort of benchmark against each other in terms of efficiency? So, yeah.
Yeah, so it depends really on what's baseline we're benchmarking against. So it really depends, but for example, if we are taking any, so snarks, they work over like big fields defined by the elliptic curve. So if we define the statements over this field natively, then it's competitive. But in Starks, you can define them over any field. And for example, if you define them over binary field like Binius, then you can do things like Keccak faster. So it really depends on the baseline.
Nice, okay, good. Some more questions came in the meantime. We have 2 minutes left, so we can go into it.
Sure.
How important is high two-adicity, and can we get away without it?
Okay, yeah, so the two-adicity is, so in elliptic curves, we're working over this subgroup of prime order, and the two-adicity means just this order minus 1 has to be divisible by a high power of 2, and it just means FFT friendliness, because the best way to implement FFTs is like radix to FFT, and for big circuits, then you definitely need this two-adicity. For small circuits, maybe you can get away with smoothness, like just some smooth integers dividing like p-1. But yeah, for big circuit, like for example, I work on the linear ZK VM. We work on big circuits, so yeah, it's definitely a requirement for us.
And why do you want to get away without it?
I'm sorry, why?
I'm just asking my follow-on, like from my own understanding, why do you want to get away without it? Like, what problems does it introduce?
Yeah, so it introduces the fact that you need a specific elliptic curve. For example, if I'm talking about Ethereum, so Ethereum curve, so the R-1 is divisible by high power of 2, but the P-1 is not. So if you want to do, for example, a recursion over Ethereum, it wouldn't work on the second layer.
Yes, of course. Good. Then last question while we have 30 seconds left. Why is it crucial for recursion to have two curves where one is prime and the other, one is prime, one prime is the order of the other?
Yes. So we express the statement of whatever we want to prove on the subgroup of the elliptic curve. And if we want to do a proof of a proof, we need to do the verification as a statement. But the verification uses these pairings, and pairings are defined over a different field. So if we want to do pairings in the subgroup, you need the field of the pairing to match the field of your subgroup so that computations are native. Otherwise, you need to emulate non-native field arithmetic, which is quite costly. I mean, we do this, but it's quite costly. But if you have native, then the number of constraints, so your proof generation will be way, way faster.
Good. I see there are more questions, but we're actually out of time. Maybe you can catch him offline. But yeah, thank you very much. I'm like thrilled with the amount of questions. Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we have 4-minute now break just to do a switchover. But yeah, we'll be back in 4 minutes at 5:30. See you in a few minutes. Welcome back. We're getting on in the day, but we're almost there. So now something that is quite close to my heart, a bit, which is MPC and actually making it publicly auditable. So we have Task and we can welcome the two speakers to give a bit of an introduction. So yeah, publicly auditable MPC. Thank you very much.
Okay, hello everyone. Today we'd like to talk about the ZK MPC, bringing public auditability into multi-party computation, or MPC. Today I'm excited to share our latest advancement in this field for you. Okay, this is today's outline, but let's start from introduction. And please give me a little bit time to for the team introduction. Also, Yoi Inc. is a Japanese fintech company to help entrepreneurs and businesses to grow increasing asset liquidity with innovative financial solutions. And we are doing R&D for ZKP and MPC to focus on secure and efficient computation. So today I would like to talk about the project which have received 2 ESP grants from the Ethereum Foundation. And this is our team member. This is Yusuke Nakai, a researcher and developer, and I'm Task. And last, he is not here, but we have Masa, co-founder CEO. So let's go into the topic. Let me first introduce about the importance of the secure computation and MPC. So secure computation in data-driven world is really essential. It allows us to protect sensitive information such as healthcare and financial. And it enables useful analysis without exposing information. And multi-party computation, or MPC, is a key technology for this purpose. It enables multiple parties to jointly compute functions while keeping their inputs private. And they only have to share the final results. So this will ensure the secure collaboration. So let's think why the third-party verification for MPC is essential. Especially the case we are using dishonest majority protocols like SPEEDs. When we are using dishonest majority protocols, participants like Alice and Bob can verify within themselves that calculation results are computed correctly. However, they cannot directly prove the correctness to the third party, such as Charlie. So in this case, Charlie will think, can I trust this result? That's why adding third-party verification to MPC is very essential. Especially for use cases like application to blockchain, finance, and medical data analytics. So this is the overview for the rest of the presentation. Firstly, we will show how to introduce the public auditability into SPEEDs, MPC protocol, by introducing the collaborative ZK Snarks. Next, we will secure consistency of the secret input, which enables third party to verify the input constraints using Pedersen commitment. And next, we will show our enhancement of the bitwise support for public auditable SPEEDs. So SPEED is well suited for arithmetic operations, but not effective for bitwise operation. So we support functions such kind of comparisons, conditional branching, and deep bit decomposition, and so on. And this will expand the range of possible applications. And as an application, we implemented the Game Master Free Werewolf, or sometimes called Mafia Game, using MPC to showcase how our enhancement will make the MPC more versatile to collaborative use cases. Okay, I'll pass to Yusuke.
Next, to achieve what we introduced, we need to understand the background and issues in more depth, and which we will explain. Firstly, let us begin with the MPC protocol basics. MPC uses the techniques called secret sharing, which is data is split to some shares, and each party has its shares one by one. And there are some kinds of secret sharing, like additive secret sharing and Shamir secret sharing, and so on. Let's consider the example of addition. X and Y is shared, and the addition of X plus Y is, can be obtained by simply addition of their shares. And however, multiplication and other more complicated operation needs needs communication in intermediate steps. Yeah. And speed. Speed is one of the well-known MPC protocol proposed in 2011. And this uses additive secret sharing, so it is suitable for arithmetic operation like addition and multiplication and so on. And there are two phases. One is preprocessing, and the other is online phase. And next, we talk about the PA-MPC. Publicly auditable MPC is the most important concept in our session. In ordinary MPC, the correctness of MPC calculation can be verified by participants. However, PA-MPC imposes MPC on or third-party verification. It was proposed in 2014. However, the efficient implementation does not exist at the time. However, in 2021, the collaborative ZK Snarks, which is the one of efficient implementation of publicly auditable MPC, was proposed by Ozdemir and Bonnet. The idea of collaborative ZK Snarks is to prove by multiple provers and recall KZZ commitment. KZZ commitment is a kind of polynomial commitment which is used in ZK Snarks, and prover and verifier communicate with each other, and commitment prover compute commitment and send to proof to verifier, and verifier last check that the pairing of specific calculation. And collaborative ZK Snarks uses polynomial commitment in DKP, like Martin and Plonk and so on. And we focus on the mathematical aspects of collaborative ZK Snarks. Its idea is very simple. The pi I is a proof generated by shared input, and pi is the total proof. This technique uses the linearity of polynomial commitment, and if we generate the proof each party, then this is a share of total proof. However, if we want to use collaborative ZK or PA-MPC on blockchain, there are some issues to be solved. The figure shows that ZK Snarks and MPC additive-oriented and bitwise-oriented MPC. Roughly speaking, we want to develop techniques in this region, which satisfies all three regions. The first issue is the consistency of secret inputs. In SPIS, there are preprocessing phase and online phase, so we have to ensure that the consistency of secret inputs. And this figure shows that conventional MPC and the publicly auditable MPC. And the second issue is requirement for the general purpose computations. Space-based MPC is suitable for arithmetic operations, however, not suitable for bitwise operations. So we have to implement such bitwise operations, which is efficient for SPIS. Yeah, and this affects on constraint generation in ZKP because of restriction of finite fields, which can be used in ZKP. And next, we focus on the first challenges, the secure consistency of secret inputs. In MPC, especially in space, the data, input data is generated by using auxiliary data created in pre-processing phase. So we have to be more cautious than users. The committed data, we solve these problems by using commitment. We commit input data before the input shares generated. So and add constraint to DKP, so we can verify that the data in pre-processing and online phase and the proving phase is must be same. And we choose Pedersen commitment to implement. And there are some constraints we implemented, for example, range constraint and so on. And we focus on second challenges, bitwise operation support. Recall why bitwise operation difficult in space. Space uses additive secret sharing, so bit decomposition and comparison, such operation will be more costly than addition and multiplication. So if we're using larger finite fields, then more constraint needs, so we can't, it is difficult to implement bitwise operations. Implementation, we added especially equality zero test and comparison test and bit decomposition on space-based MPC. And we also implemented share conversion protocol because Pedersen commitment needs two different finite fields. And let's look the algorithm detail. This shows the equality zero test. Let's imagine that you have the data X of share of data X, and we want to calculate X is 0 or not. Firstly, we generate the random share R with associated bitwise share, and calculate X plus R and publicize them. This denotes as C. If X is 0, then R and C must be same. So we use this fact and calculate AI. This is bitwise, and output the total amount of all AI. This means 1 if X is 0, and otherwise this means 0. And surprisingly, bitwise operation doesn't need for additional constraint for each party, even if this can be considered as separation of ZKP problems and MPC problems. So we focus on each regions. And next, we want to show applications and demo video. We developed a wealth game, game master free wealth game. This flowchart shows that wealth game flowchart. Wealth game is a game. The players are divided into two teams. One is Billiards team, and the other is wealth team. And the player whose role is hidden, and by using specific role action and voting, and player aim to victory for their teams. Usually, a werewolf game is necessary for Game Master is necessary for werewolf game. However, we developed a Game Master free werewolf game by our ZK MPC. Here is a list of we implemented the protocol in the ZK werewolf. Role assignment, anonymous voting, werewolf attack, fortune teller check, and victory condition. Such computation is done by MPC, and we can check the correctness of such actions. Let's pick up the role assignment in DK werewolf. Players input the shuffle matrix by secret shares, and then compute the roles by grouping protocol, and they generate corroborative proof of role assignment protocol. Then, if the verification is correct, then they are informed their roles. This is a demo video of our DK MPC. This is 4 people case. The Alice and Bob and Charlie and Dave. They register name, and then setup began right away. And the role assignment protocol is running, and the proof, here is proof generation by MPC. After the proof generation, the proof is verified, and they are Alice is fortune teller, Bob is werewolf, and Charlie and Dave are villagers. And the night phase, they do special action. Alice fortune teller divined Bob, and Bob attacked to Charlie. And the discussion phase and voting phase is here. Alice and Bob and Dave vote. Then again, the proof generation is started. After the verification of the proof, Dave was executed here. And finally, the victory condition check program is running here, also generating corroborative proof. After creating and verification, game is over. Well, sides win here. At Trust, we're looking to the future prospect of our ZK MPC. If it becomes available on blockchain, it can be used as a versatile MPC module on blockchain with smart contracts, and it can be also applied to some regions like machine learning and medical and financial data. Such case where multiple parties need to share data. And the DK MPC can reduce the security risks and ensure that the correctness of calculation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you once again. Very nice talk. You covered many things. We got an overview of all of MPC, background on different protocols, all that you've implemented, demo, everything, and future. I think it was a really nice talk. Thank you very much. We have some questions. Maybe I will start at the bottom. So maybe I missed it, but which snark did you implement? Growth 16 or something else?
Sorry. I don't write Growth 16. However, Growth 16 is also implemented for our ZK MPC, like Marlin and Plonk. Yeah.
So Plonk, Marlin, and Growth 16.
Yes.
Very nice. Cool. Did you implement everything from scratch, or did you use some existing libraries?
In the part of our program is existing libraries. For example, the cryptographic primitives, we use this ArcWorks library, and the collaborative ZK Snarks part, we refer to the original work. However, in pre-processing phase of space and the bitwise operations, bitwise operation region, we write from scratch.
Nice, impressive. Cool. Maybe one last question for me is, where would you be most excited to see this used? What sort of developer or application would you really love to see building this? I think your examples that you did with the games and the demo is super nice, but outside of your team, who would you love to see using it?
Okay. I'm really interested if this is used in kind of medical case or to make the machine learning model together with a different organization. So if each organization has a different secret data and they don't want to reveal the data to each other, but still they can learn the model to create the model, or to also do the estimation from the model. So I'm really excited to combine this technology with machine learning. Yeah.
And you think it's efficient enough to do some machine learning in MPC?
Yes, yes. So if we use MPC in machine learning, the model itself can be private or don't have to be revealed to anyone. Yeah.
Very nice. Cool. Well, that's all the questions we have. We'd like to thank the speakers again for a very nice talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, we have a few minutes, 6 minutes before the next and last session of the day. So yeah, we will be back in 6 minutes. See you soon. Thank you. back to the last session of the day. I think if you have made it this far, you're doing well, and I think the speakers will be very glad that you've stayed. I heard from a bunch of speakers that are talking in the kind of last sessions, who's going to stay? So yeah, you're probably the most appreciated audience members of the day. So thank you very much for staying till the end. We continue with the theme of Snarks. I think this is now the third in the row, kind of, where we look to building faster provers, basically. And we will be given a very nice overview from Azam and Bogdan from the Consensus Prover team. So I welcome them to the stage. And again, scan the QR code if you have questions, upvote each other, and we will have a wonderful Q&A at the end. And there's no one coming after, so we can talk all night. Thanks very much, and welcome the speakers.
Hi, everyone. So today we're going to talk about how to build provers. This is a joint talk with my colleague Azam. And the main purpose of the talk is to see how we can use list polynomial commitments. And we're going to create something based on Ligero and Breakdown, which are two previous works. So just a quick word about us. We're both cryptography researchers at Consensus, and we're working in the linear prover team. And since you're here, you probably have been hearing all this time how to make proofs, we want to make proofs. And this talk, this intermediate cryptography talk, is about how to actually do that mathematically and how to construct a proof system. So we're going to dig into some details, some mathematical details, but we're going to do that hopefully in a way that carries information across to you. So just some motivation. At the high level, we're interested in how we can move from EVM state to another one. There is the Ethereum virtual machine state transition that basically explains how that happens. And what happens in the layer 2 rollups is that this state transition is being arithmetized, and then we compute a proof that the state transition happened properly. And why this is useful is that not all nodes will have to perform the state transition themselves. They can just verify the proof. And since verification will be by design a very cheap operation, the overall system is going to be quite efficient. And as I already prepared you, we're going to look into how to construct such a proof system. There will be two parts in our talk. The first part will be the polynomial commitment scheme, which we call Vortex. And the second part will be how to use this polynomial commitment scheme, some other machinery, in order to reason about the EVM execution. So let's dip into cryptography with polynomial commitments. So basically, like these two parts are the main building blocks of how to build a snark. So polynomial commitments, first you're going to have just a setup algorithm, and at a very high level, it's just going to give you some public parameters, so public parameters. And if you want to commit, you're going to use these public parameters. You're going to use some polynomial. You want to commit to a polynomial. This polynomial will have some bounded degree k, and you're going to output some commitment c. And then we want to reason about this polynomial, about this commitment that we just made. And basically, we're going to look at a protocol that's interactive between a prover and a verifier. They both have access to the polynomial, to the parameters, to the commitment, and in the case of the prover, also the polynomial. The verifier doesn't know the polynomial, only knows the commitment. And the prover basically attempts to prove that p of x is indeed equal to y. And this happens over multiple interaction rounds. Very high level, the security condition that we want to achieve is that the prover should not be able to convince the verifier in the case that he committed to something, to some polynomial that actually does not evaluate to the claimed y. And we want to do this efficiently. We want to amortize our costs. So basically, we're going to do something called batch polynomial commitments, in which instead of committing to only one polynomial, we're going to commit to n of them. We're going to claim n evaluations, And basically, the proof is going to be a batch proof, a combined proof that all of these polynomials evaluate properly. And also, the verifier now knows the evaluation, the claimed evaluations. And let's look into the math that we use in order to build such a thing. These are called the Reed-Solomon codes. And without getting into the nitty-gritty, we're going to use a finite field, f. If you don't know what a finite field is, just imagine integers modulo some prime p. And we are going to take some subset of n elements, a1 to an, from this finite field. Then encoding a polynomial, so this is about the codes, encoding a polynomial would just be evaluated the polynomial at these endpoints. And in order for you to actually, in order for this encoding to actually express information about the polynomial, you want that the degree of p is actually smaller or equal than n in order to actually be able to express it uniquely. And in fact, you want to have, this n is going to be much higher. You want to have redundant information about the polynomial in order to error correct. And now let's look at the, where we took the starting point, where we took inspiration for our work, which is the Ligero breakdown protocol. These are two separate schemes, but they have a very common structure. So in this previous work, the setup algorithm would give you a hash function as the public parameters. And then in order to commit to n polynomials, what you're going to do is that you're going to first compute the encodings, the Reed-Solomon encodings of the n polynomials. Each row now corresponds to an encoding. You're going to construct this matrix, and you're going to apply a hash function on each column in order to get h1. Then you apply the hash function on the second column to get h2, and so on. And this is going to be your commitment. Your commitment is these hashes of the columns, of the encodings, of your polynomials. So that's how you commit. And I put this here in case you forget it. Now we are also interested in how do we open, how do we actually prove to the verifier that our claimed evaluations are correct and in a secure way. So basically, the verifier is going to send the coin beta to the prover. The prover is going to compute, this looks like a complicated equation, but actually it's not. It's just you have each row, and each row gets multiplied with the power of beta. So it's a linear combination of the rows with this beta that comes from the verifier. This is a vector u. Send it to the verifier. The verifier now picks an index that it wants to check. It's only going to be able to check one. Sends it back. And the prover replies to the column of that specific index. In this case, this is the first one. The verifier does two checks. It checks that indeed, when it applies the hash function to the opened column, to the one that we just revealed, it is equal to the one in the commitment. And it checks that indeed, if you compute the linear combination of the betas with the revealed columns, then you're going to get the ith coordinate of u. And this protocol is going to ensure that all the rows are indeed code words. But we want more than this. We want to actually make a proof about the claimed evaluations of the polynomial, not just show that the rows are code words. And what we notice in this work is that if we interpolate this vector that is sent by the prover to obtain some polynomial, and then we also check that this polynomial evaluated at x is equal to the linear combinations of the y's, if you do this additional check, you can actually ensure, we can prove that the polynomials evaluate properly. And this proof can be very simple if you are in the unique decoding regime, which I'm just going to talk about next. The point is that if you want optimal parameters, the proof becomes very complicated. And now I'm going to give you just a flavor of why that is. So basically, when you're talking about codes, you can consider two cases. There is the unique decoding, which in this case is exemplified by this radius. This is the target vector that we want to decode. And this is a radius around it. And as you can see, if you set it to this length, then there is only one code word. However, you can also consider relaxing this parameter to be able to include multiple points that are candidates for your decoding. And the proof for our polynomial commitments can become much more complicated if you want the optimal parameters, if you want to have something that's efficient in practice. So as I said, the small one is the unique decoding regime. There's only one candidate, and The yellow one is the least one, multiple candidates. So the security guarantee that we show in the list decoding regime is that there will exist polynomials of small degree that evaluate correctly. And these commitments will have only a small amount of coordinates that are different from the target commitment that we are decoding. And if you want more details for the proof of security, you can check out our reprint, and there's also a QR code. Thanks a lot. I'm going to now we're going to move to the second part of the talk, where we're looking at how can we use this polynomial commitment to, in conjunction with other things, to reason about the EVM. And I'm handing over to my colleague, Azam.
Thank you, Bogdan. Let's go to the second part. And here we are focusing what is happening on layer 2, linear, and how we generate proof from EVM execution via such polynomial commitment. There are a lot of steps until we can generate proof. The first step in this journey is arithmetization. And arithmetization for us is mathematical modeling of EVM by columns and constraint between columns. For example, if you want to prove that a transaction had a valid signature, first you hash the signature, so you have to prove that the hash was correct. So if I want to here to show that hash of is y, I start with column x, and column x is a kind of describing your input x. For example, you can consider the byte of the x, which are splitted in the cells of these columns. Then with each steps of the computation that is happening in the hash, this column, you would have a new column with new values in the cell, and so on until that you would arrive to column y, which is your output. And there is constraint between this column to say that how the computation of the hash is going on. So by this arithmetization, here we get a bunch of columns and constraint between columns. There are different constraints. For example, it's just example here. There are more lookup constraints, or lookup query we also can say, which says column A is included in column B, or local constraint that says, okay, if you have two columns, then the first row of these two columns are equal. Global constraints, which are very important for us, and they are more about cells, the relation over the cells of or the same column or even between several columns. I'm putting an example here for Fibonacci sequence. For this Fibonacci sequence, we know that for each cell is in fact addition of two previous cells. So you write the constraint like this. For this, and we call this one trace of execution or Fibonacci. Okay, if you want to verify this constraint as a verifier, definitely you don't want to do it like this because it's too many effort, especially global constraint, because they are over the cells and you have to check a lot of a relation between columns and cells. So, and that's where polynomial commitment comes to rescue. We write each column as a polynomial. We interpret the column as a polynomial. For example, you can say that, okay, the values in the columns, you can see them as the coefficient of a polynomial. And by this, the constraint would be translated as a relation between polynomials. And from here, you can apply polynomial commitment. I remind you that polynomial commitment can do two tasks for you, which are very simple but very important. One task was it can commit and by a short commitment, and you can use the commitment to request the evaluation of the polynomial. Another interesting property of the polynomials, that why we are interested in polynomial and why we are going from columns to polynomials, is thanks to this lemma, Schwarz-Zipper lemma, and it says that if you have a relation for a polynomial, between polynomial commitments, you don't need to check the relation for each x. You just take a random point from the domain, and if the relation over the random point alpha is satisfied, then you know that it was satisfied for every x. This would simplify everything, and that's why we are interested in polynomials. Because by this verifier task is very easy. It just needs to take a random point and then verify the polynomial and constraint over this random point. So by this, we can get now polynomials, a bunch of polynomials, and constraints. We are very close to get the proof, but we are not still there. And the reason is that these constraints are not the constraint that I want. The constraints that we are interested in are global constraints. Why global constraint? Because thanks to this Schwarz-Zipper lemma, you can verify them easily. Global constraints are between cells. So you don't need to check them between cells. You use Schwarz-Zipper lemma over a global constraint, and you just check in a random point. So we are interested to kind of reduce this constraint, every constraint that you have, for example, lookup queries, permutation queries, and a lot of queries that may happen during arithmetization. We want to replace them with global constraint because from there we can have a simple verification via Schwarz-Zipper lemma. To do this, to get global constraint, we need PIOP. But what is PIOP? PIOP stands for Polynomial Interactive Oracle Proof. It's an ideal modeling of a protocol between prover and verifier. You have a third party between prover and verifier, this handsome guy, that we call it Oracle. Oracle is honest and can answer any question. So prover and verifier start their interactions, and they use this Oracle to help them to reduce their constraint to global constraint. And there is a theorem that says that a polynomial commitment in such construction resembles to an oracle, because oracle does not exist. Such guy does not exist, unfortunately, so we have to replace it with something real. And there is a theorem that says that polynomial commitment is a good candidate, and you can replace it with this guy to help you to reduce your polynomials to constraint to normal to global. And now we are fine. So we use PIOP, we reduce everything to the global constraint, and we can use a polynomial commitment for this. But we cannot use R vortex. And the reason is that R vortex is not a standard polynomial commitment, and the theorem is not true. It's not a good candidate for Oracle. Why it's not good candidate? It's because of this property, least property. Why it makes problem? Why it cannot work with PIOP? And the reason is that in PIOP you have rounds of interactions between prover and verifier. And in fact, due to this least property, polynomial has a lot of choices in different rounds. And he can do kind of mix-match attack different rounds and different polynomials from the list. But we have a trick for this. We can prevent, in fact, we use a trick to force, which we call it commit separately and open collectively. And by this, I don't go to the details, theoretical details, but by this trick, we are able to force the prover, in fact, to open all the polynomial commitments at the same position over the disk, let's say. So for the first round, maybe he has choices, but for the other rounds, he doesn't have choice, and he has to stick to the first choice. So this would solve the problem of list, but still vortex is not good. One more step. And why it's not good? it's now because this noise property, I call it noise because it's batching, but batching, it's not a general batching. As you see in Vortex, the batching is just a batching of all the polynomials over the same point. And in the real application, PIOP applications, when you applied your PIOP, in fact, you are in the general case that you have many polynomials, many points. So this kind of batching, even though it's nice, but it's more fantasy and it's not applicable here. But we also find another theoretical trick to solve this problem. Still, I would not go to the theory, just the general view is that we come back to the step that we designed our PIOP, and we kind of modify it to be able to use batching over the same point. And the way that we modify it is just, first the convert can speak freely, and at the end we apply a kind of reduction via Oracle over the same point. And from here, now Vortex is applicable. We can replace our Vortex with Oracle, and we are done. Finally, we have our first proof. And here's just an example of the parameters if you are interested. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I love the dynamic between the two of you explaining the different sides. It was cool. We have some questions and also some that I had. Sorry, I also introduced you wrong. I said you're from the prover team of Consensus, and then I was like, Consensus doesn't do proofs. So from the Linnea team, and I guess that became clear immediately. But yeah, so one of the first questions was, is this the Vortex that Linnea uses?
Yes, this is the first proof. That's why I mentioned that finally we have our first proof. This is the first proof that we generate. After, there are a lot of more layers that will come to aggregate these initial proofs, and finally a final proof to be compatible with Ethereum. But this is, yes, this is the first proof that we generate in Linnea.
And the classic, any benchmarks? How fast is it?
Benchmark was, because as I said, this is the first proof. So we have several kind of recursion. And our estimation is that you need, for 100 bits of security, you need 15 millions of constraint inside of, for the verifier of Vortex inside of Planck. And comparing to Breakdown and Ligero that are in unique decoding, this is 4 times fast, not faster, but the size of the proof is 4 times smaller.
Nice. So I think this question comes up, or well, this might answer the next question in part at least. So what are the advantages, disadvantages of Vortex compared to other polynomial commitment schemes? So in terms of prover time, proof size, like you mentioned with proof size already, but...
Yes, I mentioned about proof size that is faster than Breakdown, smaller than Breakdown 4 times due to the least commitment property. And regarding the prover time, both are good. I mean, it's as good as a Breakdown, but it's also, I can compare it with Fry, for example, because Vortex, it's a very important property that it doesn't need trusted setup. It's like Fry. And comparing to Fry, the prover is faster. Yeah.
Good. So a last question, is batching over the same point, does it impact the security?
That's why we went all through this modifying PIOP and modifying this trick of commit separately, open collectively. All of this was for the proof of security. So the paper, in fact, analyzed the security that, okay, it's not a standard commitment, so how can we use it securely?
Nice. I see maybe one more question came in as we have 2 minutes left for questions. Maybe we can scroll and see. I actually left my phone. Okay. Never mind. What question would you love to hear? Pick your own question. What field do you use?
In fact, the only property that we need is because we use FFT, so the only property that we need is two-adicity, which means that the order of if your field is Q, the prime that you are using, Q minus Y should be a big factor of 2. So if you have this property, it's enough for us. After, because we also have used, it's a lattice for the hash, for the hashing of the columns. So we may, for optimization, we have more choices in this sense. But already this fact that we just need two-adicity would give us a big choice.
Nice, good. And thank you to whoever upvoted the question so we could read it. Collaboration at its finest. So let's thank the speakers once again. Thank you. And yeah, catch them if you want to know about Linnaeus provers.
Thank you very much. Bye.
And that's it. I think that is the first day over on stage 3. So thank you very much for being here and for listening and staying till the end. We're very much appreciative of it. See you around tomorrow. Good evening.
you.